As we get close to rolling here, let me invite to the virtual stage Sharon Fine. Sharon Fine is the executive director of Educare Dallas, and she knows what it's like to be a care provider. She's been there, done that, from being a sole care provider for her ailing mom to managing living situations for more than 200 low-income seniors in a HUD housing project. Sharon's experience birthed a vision for creating an organization, Educare, with a mission to provide caregivers with current research and tools that promote compassionate self-care practices and knowledge, and knowledge of the cultural aspects of marginalized communities. And I love that. In addition to leading Educare Dallas, Sharon serves as vice president of the Adult Protective Services Community Board of Dallas, serves on the planning committee of Stop Senior Hunger, the committee of World Elder Abuse Day, and as a volunteer at Faith Presbyterian Hospice. Sharon, welcome to the virtual stage. Thank you so much for your heart here.
Thank you, Roger, and thank you for kicking off this morning. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Educare's 10th Silver Anniversary Compassion Fatigue Symposium. Thank you for participating in this day of self-care for professional and family caregivers. We certainly understand that virtual learning and Zoom meetings have become a strain and a drain. And I assure you today that we've invited unique presenters who will engage you unlike other presenters of the past and will change your inner mind, body, and spirit. We've asked our presenting experts to not only take an even deeper look into compassion fatigue, but take a firm stance into the ethics of care and how the pandemic has changed the way we will treat people in the future in medical and home settings. We were terribly unprepared for what we faced this last year. We can only have faith and hope there will be no excuses in the future when it comes to the lives of Americans. Currently, thousands and thousands of caregivers are dealing with how to move forward after all the pain and sorrow they experienced in this last year. Caregiver suicide is way up and the pandemic is not over. Whether family or personal caregivers, the effects of the pandemic and the graphic loss and grief our nation has faced are one and the same. The catastrophic effects on our health has proven to be monumental. On this 10th anniversary year, you will be engaged with our keynote Tara Reinders to take a look at compassion fatigue through an artistic lens. Jewel Aguirre will move you to heal in Nia's magnificent way. Sapphire Boujlian will share sound is healing with the handpan drum. And Dr. Casanova will teach us where ethical practices are moving forward as we look into the future. Sadly, we were terribly unprepared for what we lived through, but I believe we can recover in time with a lot of love and certainly lots of research. Our new normal has to weave together all the threads of humanity and rebuild a better and brighter tomorrow, and we will. So let our journey begin today. Take a deep breath, smell the moment. Open your hearts to what you're about to witness. And now let's let the healing begin. Back to you, Roger.
Thank you, Sharon. And you are in for some good stuff. Tara Reinders, MFA, BSN, BA, RNBC, a registered nurse for over 16 years, holds an MFA in dance with a specialization in movement and somatic practices. Reinders is the founder and artistic director of The Clinic, an immersive theater company that provides arts and play-based workshops, performances, and research inside the hospital setting to raise awareness of burnout and secondary traumatic stress and their direct correlation to health disparities. Reinders is also an advanced certified grief recovery specialist. She's an A. Blade of Grass Fellow, an Arts in Society grantee, a 2020 Hamilton Award winner from the National Organization of Arts in Hospitals. Most recently, was awarded the 2021 annual Mara Mogensen memorial lectureship from the Oncology Nursing Foundation to present on burnout, performance, and the arts. This is where you're going to want to have a piece of paper and a pen nearby or a way to jot down some things. And we're going to be asking you to type some things into chat. Hand to heart. I want you to watch this film. We're going to begin with a film. And here's your first set of instructions for the day. Please enter in the chat one word to describe how you're feeling in response to the video and where you're feeling it in your body. You got that? One word, one body part, like I feel tingling in my cheek. You got that? Okay, let's welcome Tara to the virtual stage with this video.
The snow is still, so are the trees. There's a tiny bluebird chirping, but it's far away. I begin to search in circles, keeping my head above the frozen current. Near the center, everything disappears. Did I do that? Make that? Dream that? I watch as my breath surfs the water, pulsing, gripping. I can't save you. My voice is trapped under that frozen pond. I am swimming, dancing. No, I am walking on water. I think of the singing, of the bluebird, of the breath we left. Could I have done more? Should I have done more? It is never enough, all of it. Someone always dies. She wipes the sweat from his brow, holds her tight, grabs his hand and waits. Everyone is dying. I try to call out, but my breath breaks like icicles and falls to the ground beside me. We have lost so much together. There's a tiny bluebird chirping, but it's far away. I can barely hear it.
Hello and welcome. I'm so glad that you are here, and I'm so grateful to be in this space with you all. My name is Tara Reinders, and before we get started, I would just like us to take a moment to land together. And if you haven't already, I appreciate you watching that video And if you could please write in the way that it made you feel using one word and where you felt that in your body. Thank you. So let's go ahead and let's just close our eyes for a moment. If you're seated, find yourself grounded, your feet touching the earth, or standing. With your eyes closed, take a deep breath in and out. Take a deep breath in and out. And go ahead and place your hand to your chest, onto your heart. Just allow yourself to sit here for a moment, to feel the warmth of your hand, give your chest a little rub, a little care. And now I want you to imagine someone who loves you so much, unconditionally, whether it's a person, an animal, or maybe it's a place you feel safe. With your eyes closed, just think of that person, that place. And if it's a person, I want you to imagine their hand now gently touching your back. And so that you're being held both from the front of your hand and from the back by their hand. And if it's an animal, maybe they're in your lap, or maybe it's a place, the beach, on the sand, and the sand is holding you, or a tree in the forest. Just allow yourself to feel held. Relaxing your chest. And just stay here in this moment of care. As you take a deep breath in, I want you to give yourself compassion. And as you're breathing in, that compassion is going to every part of your body, out to your fingertips, down to your toes. And as you exhale, that compassion is leaving and entering this world to all that you come into contact with. Deep breath in, self-kindness, compassion, and care. Exhaling that back out. And now go ahead and drop your hand and allow the hand of your loved one to drop, finding yourself grounded and centered. We'll take one last deep breath in together. And exhale. And you can open your eyes when you're ready. I'm so grateful that you're here with me today. This is such an important topic, and I'm very passionate about caring for those who care the most. Before we get started, I would love to hear your reactions, what you were feeling, and where you felt it in your body. Roger, could you please share with me some of the responses before?
Oh, Tara, I would love to. And we have a lot of responses. Multiples saying tears. Iris, tears, heart. I saw tears, stomach. Kendall, cold face. Taisha, calm in abdomen. Several kind of on the theme of Sally from San Antonio saying sadness in my bones. Adrena, relaxed in my chest. Intense in my forehead. Sorrow all over. Longing in my heart. And Angela says, that was amazing.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you all for sharing where you were feeling and where you connected it to your body. That's so powerful for us to connect our minds and our feelings to our bodies. So it sounds like, and we all know that we've been grieving, that this last year has been compounding loss upon loss upon loss. And not even last year, even before that, we've been grieving. As caregivers, we grieve not only the loss of the ones that we love, we also are grieving our patients. And then we're watching our patients grieve the loss of their lives, possibly. And we watch the family members grieve the loss of their loved ones. So as we talk about grief today, I want to offer some definitions. As a grief recovery specialist, I walk people through grief recovery, and we use these definitions that grief is a normal and natural response to loss of any kind. The way that you're feeling when you're grieving, the sadness, the anger, the frustration, it is all normal and it is natural, and it is our body's natural response to losing someone or something or loss and trust, all the intangibles as well as the tangibles. Loss and grief is the conflicting feelings caused by the end of or change in a familiar pattern of behavior. So something that we've been doing and then all of a sudden it stops, that is grief. I had my dental hygienist move to a different job, and I went to see her last week and thought I was going to see her, and I realized, oh, I may never see this person again. For me, that was a loss. That was a moment of grief that we don't even think about. We have loss of trust. We have loss of faith. Those of us who have struggled with addiction, when you end your addiction, there's a loss to that addiction. A divorce. Grief is also our unmet hopes, dreams, and expectations. When we're little, we have these ideas of what our life is going to be like and where it's going to go and what we're going to do and who we're going to do it with. And we dream up these worlds and we work towards these goals. And then many times it gets cut off short. And those are needs that are unmet, these hopes, dreams, and expectations that we have for ourselves, for our children, for our loved ones, for our family, for our nation. That is all grief. It's this idea of reaching out for someone who has always been there, just to realize that they are no longer there with you. And it's reaching out for someone who has never been there, just to realize that one more time they are still not showing up for you in the way that you needed. This is grief. These are the definitions of grief in which I use. As a society, we have been taught how to acquire things, how to meet people, bring people into our world, how to buy things, but we've never been taught what to do when we lose them. It's something that is going to happen to all of us. Loss is inevitable. However, when this happens, we haven't been equipped. We've been taught a lot of myths around loss. And the first one I'd like to talk about is don't feel bad. My daughter, when she came home from preschool, she said, "Mom, my teacher doesn't like me." And I said, "What do you mean your teacher doesn't like you? Of course your teacher likes you." She said, "No, when I raise my hand, she never calls on me. I don't think she likes me." I said, "Oh, darling, she likes you. I mean, she's a preschool teacher. She has to like you. That's kind of her job. Don't worry, she likes you." And I realized later what I did was I told her, what you're feeling is not true. Don't feel bad. I wanted to fix it for her. Of course, I want my daughter to feel loved by everyone, including her teacher. So I tried to fix it and said, actually, what you're feeling isn't true. She does like you. But the reality was, is she came to me and shared her heart and shared her feelings, and I told her it wasn't true. So what I did was I created a conflict with her heart and her spirit and her mind, knowing that she wants to please me as her mother. She looks up to me. She listens to me. She learned that what I'm feeling may actually not be true. My mother said that wasn't true. So I created a conflict. And what that does is we learn not to trust our feelings. We learn not to trust what we're feeling is true. And so we cover it, we hide it, and then we stop sharing. So what I would say to that, instead of don't feel bad, we hear that a lot, don't feel bad, they're in a better place, they're not suffering. And yes, that is all true. But that doesn't take away from the fact that we are still grieving that loss. And we have to be able to acknowledge that sadness and that pain. And we have to complete those feelings fully. The second myth we hear a lot is, and we've been taught, is to replace the loss. So as a young child, you lose a dog, and so your parents say, okay, let's just get a new dog. Or you're sad here, here's a cookie. Here's certain things to take to replace what has been lost from you, because we don't want you to feel bad. We don't want you to feel sadness or sorrow. And so we replace it. And so we're taught at a young age, we just can replace what's been lost. But what happens when we lose our parent or a sibling or a child, things that cannot be replaced? We've never been taught how to deal with those losses, those grave losses. And so instead of replacing, and although there's a time and a place for divorce and replacing and remarrying and getting a new dog, but first you must do the work, the emotional work of completing the prior loss. Otherwise, you're bringing into your new relationships your old pain and your old suffering. So instead of replacing the loss, complete the loss fully, and then you can show up completely and as who you are in your loss, and then enter into this new relationship. Another myth we see is grieve alone. When we're little, we say, go to your room, I don't want to hear you crying. I don't want to see the sadness. Nobody wants to see that. Go to your room. We've been taught that when we have strong emotions and strong feelings, that we need to hide them and we need to deal with them behind closed doors by ourselves. And that is isolation. There's isolation, and then there's solitude. There's taking time alone to get in touch with our hearts, our feelings, and what we need. Isolation is completely different. It's shutting out the world, saying, I can do this by myself. I need to just figure it out. I can cry alone. And I would encourage you to run to community, to reach out to those who love you and know you, and to share your pain, share your loss, and share your sorrow. If you don't have those people around you, it's very important to cultivate those relationships. Like I said, we're all going to lose something or someone important to us. And when that time comes, you're going to want that support, those people to come around you and to hold you as you're mourning and as you're grieving. Another myth is just give it time. I have a client who I'm working with who lost her 3-year-old daughter 10 years ago. And when I first met her, she said, I feel this grief just as much as I did the day she died. I am just as sad, and sometimes I feel like it's getting worse. Time does not necessarily heal. Time may shift things and change things. It may shift the way we look at things, but our grief is always going to be there. What we need to do is complete it. We need to do the work, the hard work of looking at where we may need to forgive, where we may need to apologize, where we just may need to say a strong emotional statement about that relationship. So you need to actually put in the work over time, and that can heal. This is a big one. Be strong for others. We're told that a lot. You need to be strong. You need to be strong for your children. You have to be strong. You have to keep working. You can't just fall apart right now. You must be strong. Be strong for others. And I would like to challenge what our definition of strength is. I believe that strength is vulnerability. Strength is telling the truth about the way that you feel, and offering that space for others to do the same. It's so powerful when you can be honest about the way that you're feeling, letting the tears, I heard so many of you say tears coming down, letting the tears come down your face and say, I am sad today. And what that does is it's a gift, it's a sacred gift to allow that other person to see that vulnerability and say, I'm sad too. And it just takes out the fear. And it allows others to show up fully, unmasks with their emotions and the way that they're feeling. The last myth is to keep busy. And I just want to take a moment because we're all so busy moving and hurrying and rushing and hustling to again just take this moment to land here together and recognize that we live in a society that honors productivity in constant movement. And with our grief, it's really easy to distract ourselves, to do things that take our mind off of the way that we feel. And it's actually a pretty decent coping mechanism for some time, to go for runs. Some people watch TV. There's different things you do, but when you're distracting yourself from feeling, it's not a healing experience. We have to slow down in order to know what we're feeling. Just like I asked you all, what are you feeling and where do you feel it in your body? It's a practice. It's learning to connect to ourselves, to our brains and our hearts together to know what it is that we're feeling. Many times we don't even know. We're really out of touch. I get so out of touch sometimes with the way I'm feeling. And you'll see I have to move in order to understand what's going on with my heart and my mind to reconnect myself. Otherwise, I don't know. I'd like to share a little bit about during the pandemic, I worked with some nurses as I realized that we were in a huge time of unprecedented, unknown grief collectively, like we've never seen before. And as Sharon described just so beautifully in this opening, that this grief, we weren't prepared. We have not been prepared for any grief our whole lives, let alone what we are going through collectively. So I brought a group of nurses together and thought, how can we honor each other, honor each other's grief, and share this time together and show up and support each other. So we created COVID stories, which started online, where we wrote our stories out, we created movements, and then we learned each other's movements. And we were saying, yes, I hear you, I hear your sadness, and I'm also holding it alongside of you through movement. And then we decided to take this to the streets. So we went out to Denver, where I live, and we decided to do this movement out on the street as an exclamation and a proclamation of this is what we're feeling right now, and we want to share. So I'd like you to watch this video and see how it unfolds. Okay, I'll read mine. I remember when I first rounded to the departments, I saw so much fear and anxiety and anger in the eyes of the nurses, environmental services, pharmacy. This was the very beginning, and we had so many unknowns, so many insecurities, and our PPE was vanishing. And we were all so worried about dying, about giving our families the virus, giving our children the virus, and not being able to take care of our patients. After that, I wanted to do everything I could so our nurses felt seen, heard, and cared for, so that then our patients would as well. I remember thinking, oh no, we are already at our limits. Our baseline is fatigued and burned out. How are we going to be able to do this and stand? How are we going to be able to continue to care? We're going to need a different name to describe our mental state. Compassion fatigue and burnout is just not going to cut it.
I remember when I knew not to throw away N95s after each use. So this was the recommendation, and as a leader, I had to share that message with my team, even though I didn't agree with it. And I was angry because I thought it would put this group of people that I love and care about at great risk when we ran out of PPE. After that, I started hoarding supplies and lying to my friends and approaching this like it was a war, all to make sure that we could take care of each and take care of each other and be safe. And I was angry because the recommendations were coming from people who weren't here with us and they weren't at risk.
I remember when I met you. It was the first day we collected PPE in the hospital. There were 5 cases of COVID in Colorado, and the reality of what could come our way was just appearing. You had a cough, but were happy and hopeful. We admitted you that day, a Friday, and by Tuesday, you were very sick. I remember trying to advocate for you, and I remember being scared for myself and my family that I may have exposed. In the weeks since, I've not stopped wondering about how you're doing, how your family is coping as our first COVID-19 patient. Since our meeting, I've had the privilege of caring for you in the ICU, cheering your progress, and doing what I can to convey how much we, your healthcare team, your family, and your community want you to pull through stronger and more resilient after this.
Hi, I'm Maureen Miller, registered nurse.
Tara Reinders, registered nurse.
I'm Monica Weininger, registered nurse.
So that ending of that video is so powerful for me. Because I remember being in the street, and in Denver at 8 o'clock, everyone would howl in support of first responders, frontline workers. And it was, again, this collective coming together of I see you, I hear you, and I care for you. And so when we were out in the street doing our movement together, sharing our stories through movement, when it came time for the howling, it was as if there was a collective cry of grief, of agony that was being shouted from the rooftops and across the world, really, of we are hurting and we are in pain and we don't have the words, so we're just gonna howl. And it was this inner deep pain and sadness. And I remember standing there listening, and then I couldn't help but just to join in and saying, yes, this is our pain, this is our grief, and I'm howling with you. And at the same time, I remember feeling grateful for the howling and for the support, and yet also feeling at a loss, feeling almost dehumanized as we were being called heroes, and yet not having the proper protective wear to help us stay safe. So there is these two worlds colliding together of support and care, and then yet also asking us to do things we weren't prepared and capable of doing. And so it was a very confusing. And so when I was howling, I was also saying, this isn't enough. We have to do better. We have to do more. We can't continue. It was a thank you, and And so I'd like to take a moment for us to write. So if you have your paper and pen handy, we're going to take a moment to write our own COVID grief story. And we're going to start with the prompt. And this is a prompt that I was taught when I was receiving my master's in dance from CU Boulder, from Onye Azuzu. And it's a storytelling prompt. I remember when, after that, I. And what it does is I remember when brings you as you journal and you write your story, and you let that story just come out. Whatever it is, it'll come out in the moment. Then after you're telling your story, after that I is the next segment. After that I changed, I felt this, I did that, whatever it may be. I remember when, after that I. So I'm going to ask you to go ahead and write your story now. We're going to give you a few moments. Roger will be playing some music. And I invite you to go into this place of reflection. We have so many stories. We have so much grief. It's all here being held in our bodies. This is a chance for you to begin to release some of that onto pen and paper. So go ahead. I remember when, after that, I. All right, so I hope that gave you a little bit of time to at least get started on your story. I remember when, after that, I. Now what I'd like you to do is to look at your story that you have and go ahead and circle 3 to 5 words. These are words that stand out to you, that feel like there's extra meaning possibly, words that you're drawn to. Go ahead and take a moment, review your story, and circle 3 to 5 words that stand out. And now I would like you to take these words and I'd like you to put these words into the chat so that you're going to be sharing your words, the important words, the parts that stand out to you from your story with us. So 3 to 5 words, put them in the chat and send them over. We're going to be revisiting this in just a moment. But I'd like to talk about how this exercise and what we're doing today, talking about our grief, is what we're doing is recognizing that we indeed are suffering. We spend much time running around pretending like everything is okay, and very little time recognizing the fact that we're suffering. And it's a skill, it's a practice to sit and to know how you're feeling and to know if you're suffering. Because it's only when you can recognize your suffering that you can give yourself self-compassion and care. So with self-compassion, Krista Neff really is the expert. And if you don't know her, I suggest you look her up in self-compassion. She started the Self-Compassion Institute. She has incredible meditations. What she says are the 3 main tenets of self-compassion. I'm going to go over those with you. The first is self-kindness versus judgment. So again, first we need to be able to know, am I suffering right now? And that seems like a very simple question and a simple concept, but actually it's a skill. And like I said, you need to practice recognizing that because we're so used to covering it up, we're not even sure when it's existing. So taking that moment to breathe and to check in, how do I feel? And to tell the truth, I'm feeling sad. And then offering compassion and kindness in that moment instead of judgment. I shouldn't be feeling this way. I should have all my stuff together. Nobody else feels this way. And when we mess up, offering ourselves kindness instead of judgment. I had a friend, a colleague, when I brought up an email I got, she said, oh, that reminds me, I never got back to her about this, and her email is buried. Oh, and I could just feel the angst and frustration that she was having towards herself. And in the moment, she said, you know, I can see how this happened. I've been very busy. It's been a really hard week. And I'm going to take this moment to be grateful that you brought this up, because now this is reminding me to email her. And I thought that was just a beautiful way in the moment without any prompting to just speak it out loud when we're suffering and we're feeling that, oh, I'm feeling this way, and yet I can understand how this has happened. I'm not alone in this. And I'm going to be grateful for the fact that I'm now remembering now to address this. So offering that kindness and that care versus the judgment that can come that we so easily go to immediately. It usually is our first response is to judge ourselves with harshness and with a critical eye. The next tenet is common humanity versus isolation. We talked about isolating ourselves when we're grieving. But what about opening up this idea that we are part and we are connected within common humans, that we are part of this larger experience, that when I mess up, I absolutely am not the first person to do this. And so giving ourselves a little bit of space to know I'm not alone. And this is so important when we talk about shame as well, that I'm not alone in this experience, that this has happened and it will continue to happen. And this is actually a beautiful part of our humanity, is to be able to connect with others and know that we're in this together versus isolating ourselves. I'm the only person who did this. I can't believe I did this. It's so frustrating. Yes, and it happens and we're all part of this together. And then mindfulness over identifying. And I remember I gave a talk to a bunch of leaders in the hospital, and it was one of my first talks, and I was really nervous, and I made some joke or said something that later I was like, oh, I can't believe I said that. And I played it over in my head over and over and over again. And I was then thinking about what they thought about what I said and it just became this spiral of despair and frustration and anxiety, and I didn't know what to do with it. And that was over-identifying. It was giving it too much power instead of just saying, okay, I'm going to step back from that and I'm going to look at what happened And again, giving myself kindness. This is one of your first talks. This is a great opportunity to learn. So it's really offering that self-compassion, that care, a permission slip to get out of jail free, possibly, if that's what you want to call it, but just allowing yourself some care and some time. So I'd like to now go back to our COVID stories that you wrote. So Roger, if you could share with me, what we would like to do is create a poetry in motion. I remember when, after that and we can come together now. And Roger, as we add breath and poetry and movement to these words, I want to thank you all for sharing and allowing me to be part of your story. So Roger, whenever you're ready, I'm going to respond to your COVID stories.
We are ready. Unknown. Tired. Scared. Tight. Brave. Anxious. 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 Overwhelmed. Praying. Trusting. God. God. Scared.
I remember when.
Breath. Survival.
I heard your heart.
Insanity.
And your breath.
Fear. Sadness. Overwhelmed.
And I was laying next to you. It was the morning that you died.
Friendship.
And I wanted to be so close.
Care.
I wanted to be with you
Finding.
every last second that was available to me.
Community.
And then I heard it slow down.
Friendship. Hope.
I came.
Trusting. Vulnerable. Husband. Life. peace, consumed, brave, unknown, relentless, empowered, me, 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 grateful, peaceful, normal, separation, instead, pugs, action, severity, stoke, optimistic, anxious, scared, overwhelmed, surreal, faith, assured, calming, calming, calming. Hmm.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you, everyone, for your beautiful responses. These stories are so powerful. These stories makes up our hearts and our minds and the trauma that is inside, releasing it to come out. And that's just what you did. So thank you. And thank you for allowing me to dance your stories. And what I encourage you to do is to continue writing the story if you haven't finished, and to take the words that you circled and to create your own movements to them so that you have your own dance, your own sharing of this experience through movement. It's also possible to write a letter to someone that you've lost and do the same thing. Circle words that stand out and create movements in honor and care of this person, this place, this animal, the loss of trust, whatever it may be, to always have this dance to honor and care for them. So I'd now like to show a video of myself honoring the same space and sharing with you one of my grief stories. I remember when I heard your heart and your breath. And I was laying next to you. It was the morning that you died. And I wanted to be so close. I wanted to be with you every last second that was available to me. And then I heard it slow down.
came and put my head on your chest. And listened. As your heart slowly stopped. And I remember my first instinct was to start singing. After that, my foundation was gone. My mother was gone. And then slowly, I began to remember the way that I walk. It's the way that you walk. And as the days and the months and the tears came and gone, I began seeing you in me. And that a mother stays. And my mother is here. My eyes, my heart, the love I can give to others that she gave to me. And the love I give to my daughter comes from my mother. And so it goes.
right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for holding space and for witnessing my personal grief story around the loss of my mother. I think that I want to share that these stories and the way we share them through. I remember when after that when I do these stories and I do this dance and I storytell, that none of it is rehearsed, and that's really the beautiful part of it. None of it is choreographed, and that it's accessible to us at any time when we share our stories, and that the most beautiful part of it is it's our body reflecting the truth about how we feel and reflecting what it is that's going on emotionally, physically, and mentally. And that's what's being portrayed as it comes out naturally through the storytelling. So thank you again. And I'd like for you to take this moment to write in the chat how you're feeling now and where you're feeling it in your body. And also any questions or comments you may have. I'd love to hear more from you and answer more specific questions you may have, and hear a little bit about you if there's anything you'd like to share. So take a moment, check in with your body. Take a deep breath. How do you feel? And where are you feeling that in your body? Has it shifted? Is it the same? And as you are writing that in, Roger, why don't you let me know where people are at? And I would like us to respond collectively, and I'll show you how.
Well, the very first response was Teresa going, inspired heart.
Teresa, thank you. So let's all do this. Teresa and the rest of you, if you'll join me. We can inspired. She's feeling inspired in her heart, just a little bounce. So let's do this together. It's again, learning each other's movements, sharing in what others are feeling. Heart. Thank you, Teresa. I'm so glad you're here.
Jackie says, very calming and at peace.
Jackie, thank you for sharing calming. I'll do this together, calming. And then bring our hands together at peace. Calming and at peace. Thank you, Jackie.
Taisha says, relaxed all over.
Taisha, thank you. Relaxed all over. So everybody, let's just relax. I love that, all over. Inspired, heart, relax, all over, peace.
Abby says, peace and clear mind.
Abby, thank you. Peace and clear mind. So let's just take this, our hands to our mind together. And again, this is just reaffirming and joining together as a community today of caregivers, our stories and the way that we feel. And we're saying, yep, we hear you, Abby. And we're in this with you collectively. Thank you, Abby.
Sharon says, sorrow in gut.
Thank you, Sharon. Sorrow in the gut. So sorrow, I just feel like it's this churning sorrow. I'll do this together with Sharon in the gut. Yeah. Thank you, Sharon.
And there is some love going on in the chat. Angela mentions the loss of a grandmother, and Carol responds, very sad for your loss. Thank you for loving on each other that way.
Yeah, and thank you for being so brave to share that, Angela. It's very brave. Thank you.
Cliff also relaxed and in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Cliff. Relax and in peace. We hear you. Thank you.
Oh, this is beautiful. Lisa says, calm. I feel I'm not alone.
Yes, Lisa, I love that. Calm, and I feel I'm not alone. That we have this community, that our feelings are not just us. I love that. Thank you, Lisa. Calm and not alone. We can just join Lisa in that experience.
Vivian, calmness in my breath.
Vivian, thank you. Calmness in my breath. And I like to feel our breath outside of just right here. So calmness in our breath. Just take your hands, sway. Thank you, Vivian. Calmness in our breath.
Stephanie says, like I am in a safe place. Thank you for sharing your grief with us.
Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, like we're in a safe space. And that feels sometimes so rare. So I'm very grateful that we're creating a safe space for you. You're safe. Sometimes I'm not sure where these moves come from. So again, thank you for letting me put movements to what you're feeling. And I would much rather see your movements to your feelings and words. So I appreciate you doing my movements.
Just so you all know, we've got about 5-6 minutes until the end of this segment. If you've got any questions for Tara, please share them, and I'll perhaps transition back to you, Tara, with a final comment from Jewel. It says, deeply moving embodiment of grief. So beautiful, emotional, sacred.
Thank you, Jewel. Deeply moving embodiment of grief. So now I'm just going to bring some of those together that I can remember.
Reflective and calm from P.L. Keaton.
Reflective and calm.
Calm heart from Mina.
Calm heart.
Matt says, free in arms.
I love that, Matt. Free in arms. So if everyone can be free in their arms.
Well, and we're looking at you, B. B says, relaxed and want to move now. And we would invite that.
Yes, please do. You all should be moving with me. Yeah.
Mary, reflective and release.
Reflective and release. Releasing, reflecting.
A thank you from Jill. Thank you for sharing your story with us. So beautiful and caring. It made my heart happy.
Thank you.
Susan said, I wanted to dance along with you.
Yeah. I hope we get to dance together in person, Susan, one day soon. Well, thank you all. I know we don't have only a few more minutes. Roger, is there anything left? Anything else you'd want to share?
Maybe I'll wrap up coming back to Angela. She says, your voice is like a hug. I lost my grandmother to COVID and have been battling with the loss. Now I know I can see a little of her in myself and never feel alone. Big thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. Yes, that our grandmother's family, they're in our bodies too. Yes, and I'm so sorry for your loss. And thank you for sharing that. And Angela, big hugs to you.
Mary says, realizing how this opens up my historic grief and how it has been easier to just keep busy or move on after what I felt, after what I felt I was dealing with.
Yes.
Different Mary. The 9-year anniversary of my mother's death was today. Your grief experience helped me to reprocess that loss and was very thankful.
Thank you, Mary. I'm so sorry for the loss of your mother 9 years ago today. Thank you for sharing that.
Sharon, rivers of tears as I experience my mother's death over and over again. I feel the flow moving through me, and the grief is real and powerful. I feel peace now.
Thank you for sharing that. And I just want to encourage you that when those emotions come and arise, to tell the truth about the way you're feeling, and to grieve and to be sad and let it go to completion, and to not cut that off when you're feeling that. Thank you for sharing that. I'm glad we could find peace together today, and realizing this is what our brains need, our bodies need, a sense of calmness to feel. That when we remove the distractions, we slow down, we stop rushing, hurrying, hustling, moving from one thing to the next, we can actually know what it is that we need. We can recognize our suffering, and we can learn how to tend to our hearts. So let's take a moment together to close our eyes. Take both of your hands, place them on your heart. Take a deep breath in and out. Deep breath in and out. I want to acknowledge how incredibly brave you all are to share your words, to write your stories, to tell your truth. It's very brave, and I feel so honored to be here with you. And taking your hands up, all the way to the sky, reaching up, opening space to receive, breathing, and then coming back in, hands together, and taking one hand to your heart, and one hand, reach it towards your camera. I can't see you, but I can feel you. And I hope that you feel the care and compassion that I have for you all and your stories, as I'm experiencing your care and compassion for mine. And hand back to your heart. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Well, with that, let's give a virtual round of applause, whether that's a little clap or a big air hug, whatever works for you. I'll join you back here on camera here for just a second, Tara. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, Tara's going to sneak off the virtual stage here for a moment, and we're going to head into a 15-minute break, and then she'll be back, and our next speaker will be back as well. And welcome back. Hey, it's really good to see you. Thanks for just giving us a couple minutes past the top of the hour there. Hey, I'm going to continue with my intro of Tara just a smidge, because I want you, I mean, you already know how awesome she is, but I want to up the awesome level a little bit, and then we'll cut right into the next video. Did you know that she has choreographed and performed with Third Rail Projects, Wild Heart Dance, Third Law Dance Theater? She has done immersive performance called You and Me, which toured nationally and internationally, co-directed, produced, and choreographed First, Do No Harm, an immersive theater performance that debuted inside an active hospital setting. And, I could go on and on. Let's do this. Let's welcome her back by watching this video.
So just like the stories we did with our grief stories, go ahead and write a story with the prompt. I remember when, after that, in regards to an experience that you had surrounding COVID in the past couple months.
Okay. I remember when we didn't know. There was fear of the unknown and the stress of putting yourself at risk. This overwhelming anxiety of being strong for everyone else. I couldn't control my emotions, and the smallest thing just filled me with tears. This release brought me to become empowered. After that, I have a sense of control over my life again. The new normal has begun. I will only stress about what is within my control. I can get through this. The worst has come. The year of the nurse has a new meaning. We are forever grateful and in this together.
I remember when I first showed up on your unit to work, I was nervous, thinking that I might not have all the things or the skills equipped to take care of all these patients. However, your staff was so open, gracious, and appreciative of any help. I felt both helpful and helpless in all the ways I was and wasn't able to contribute to your work. The teamwork and solidarity showed me a new way to make the best of a terrible crisis. After that, I felt heartened by the work I was able to participate in the ICU. There was so much learning, compassion, and camaraderie. And more so than ever, my fear of an invisible enemy was replaced by the strength of my community.
I remember when every sore throat was COVID. Every nauseated moment and abdominal pain was COVID. The fear was real and intense, and the anxiety around every sneeze my child had were signs we were all sick. Every doorknob was touched and cleaned, except for that one time. And what if that was it? The one time I should have done better, protected myself, my family better. And all the while we are being called heroes and angels. And I feel so confused because when I look around, I don't see heroes. I see nurses who are scared, nurses who need protective equipment, nurses who need help to care for those who are dying, nurses who want to keep their families safe and sound and healthy. After that, I realized this anxiety, this loneliness, this terror needs to be shared because we need to do better. We need to protect, we need to care. We need to care more, we need to protect more, honor more, save more, applaud more, provide more for those who are suffering on the front lines. This is not a story about heroes or villains. This is a story of loss and grief and the need to be protected by those in power. All right, welcome back. Thank you all so much for being here. Let's take a moment again just to get into our bodies, rubbing our hands together. Please join me in this. Oh, feel the friction, the warmth we're creating, the incredibleness that we can create warmth with our hands right now. That's incredible. Taking that, putting it on our cheeks. Oh, breathing into that. Closing our eyes, touching our arms. Taking a deep breath in and out. Now opening our eyes and giving your arms some friction, creating warmth on our bodies. Other arm. Oh, and then thinking about the ways that your arms do so much for you and just saying thank you for the ways that they work, the lives you hold up with these arms, the ways you receive care with these arms. And then your chest, giving your chest a rub. Slaps, waking it up. Appreciating that this area, this trunk of ours, our chest houses our essential organs to keep us alive. And putting your hand on your heart, feel it beating. That your heart is working relentlessly every second of every day to keep you alive. That's incredible. Just feeling that heart for a moment, saying thank you. I don't even have to ask you to beat. You just know. That's amazing. And then moving down to our legs. All these legs. And actually, I forgot our stomach. Go back to your stomach, holding your stomach, rubbing your stomach, letting it just be full. Not trying to suck it in. Giving your stomach some love. Thank you. Thank you, intestines. Thank you for giving me nourishment from what I eat. A lot of times we're scared to hold our stomachs, and I don't know why. I just invite you to let it be full and feel that fullness. And now going to our legs. These legs that hold us up, that allow us to walk and allow us to move. This is incredible that we can move our bodies, that we can dance. So when I invite you to join me, please do, because we don't know when we might not be able to move again. We have no idea that this is a gift. This very moment is an actual gift to us to move. So thank you, legs, for keeping me strong. Thank you for holding me when sometimes it feels like nothing can hold me. You do. And to our feet, some love and care. To our feet in the way that they are grounded, and the roots going from underneath our feet down to the ground. And like aspens, we're all rooted and together, connected. So with your eyes closed and your feet grounded, join me here for a few breaths. And imagining our roots going down through the ground you're standing into the earth, finding places to steady us, to hold us, and then finding one another as the roots of aspens do to create this collective strength together, this rootedness that is not easily separated, that as the winds come and the storms may move and shake us, we are held together strong. My son, who's 6, will be 6 in June, the other night told me this poem. So with your eyes closed, he said, "Mom, I have a poem right before bed. When the wind rises, the trees sway in groups." And I know I'm his mother, but I thought that was so profound. That when the wind rises, the trees sway in groups. That we are experiencing this wind together. And through our roots connected, we are holding each other up. And taking your hands now to your head, giving yourself a little massage. And down your neck. I'm grateful for this neck that connects our head to our bodies. That's incredible. This neck here allows us to move and connect us to another body part. And as you trace your eyebrows, your ears, and your nose, your jaw, that there is no one else like you, that this jawline is uniquely yours, these ears, these eyebrows, your eyes, your nose, that you are so unique and have so much to share, so much to offer just by who you are. And taking a deep breath together and out. Opening your eyes. Remembering what a gift we have to be here. What a gift we have to move. And it's a gift to use our voices to say what we need and to create change. And that each one of us has our own unique ways of doing this. I have a question based off the last video we just watched, COVID Stories 2. As I'm using my voice to create change for caregivers, I'm also very familiar with the ways the system works to not allow that to happen, and the ways that the system has failed us. So my question to you is, how has the system failed you? Please tell me about it. Put it in the chat. I want to hear, and maybe it's the healthcare system you work in. Maybe it's your experience with Medicare or Medicaid. Maybe you don't feel listened to. Maybe you experience a medical error. Maybe it's caring for a family member and not having what you need to properly care for them because of the system in some way. We all are a part of different systems, and I'm curious to hear from you, how has the system failed you? So go ahead, put that in the chat and share your experiences with us. I'd like to talk now about the way that we have been failed in many ways as caregivers. In 2020, Mental Health Care America did a study, and they surveyed 1,100 healthcare providers, and they found that 93% are experiencing stress, 86% anxiety, 75% burnout, exhaustion, feelings of being overwhelmed. And I look at these numbers and I think, gosh, that's high. Those are really high numbers. But in some ways, I'm not surprised, or I'm not alarmed. And that alarms me. And so I wonder if we've become immune to this anxiety and this stress and this exhaustion and this overwhelming feeling that this is our new baseline. So as you're writing in how the system has failed you, I want you to think about throughout this talk, the way the system has failed you, and as well as your individual accountability within the system. We have been failed. We are exhausted and we are tired. And these are all being created from these stepping stones. So vicarious trauma, compassion fatigue, and moral injury. There's so many things that can cause burnout in our lives, in our jobs, in our family lives. But I'd like to talk about vicarious trauma. The way that we care for others so fully and so openly creates an open space for us to receive their feelings as well. In vicarious trauma, we are experiencing the trauma when we watch another person suffer. We're experiencing trauma when we watch their family members suffer because their family is suffering. And as open human beings, we take it all in. Whether we think we're desensitized to it or not, our bodies take it in. So we can step back and try to put on a face and not get too close. But I believe that that actually doesn't work, that our bodies are still taking in the trauma and we are tricking ourselves thinking that we're okay. So the vicarious trauma we experience daily as caregivers, the compassion fatigue, doing the same thing over and over again, but yet doing it from a place of exhaustion. a place of not able to offer the compassion that we used to have, because we've seen this same story play out over and over and over again. The same patients coming in for the pain medicine in the emergency room. We lose compassion over time. And then moral injury. This is a term that's not used too often, but it's so important to understand, because I believe that burnout and fatigue is really based in moral injury. And moral injury is the understanding that we are asked to do things that we don't agree with, that it goes against our moral compass. So for an example, during COVID, many of our patients couldn't have family members. And we know the best thing for our patients is for them to be surrounded by people that they love and who love them. So we were having our patients die alone because we felt, or the system who made these choices, that it was better and safer to keep family members out to protect the common good. But we know in our hearts that when our patients are dying, they need to be with their families. Their families need to be with their patients. And that goes against what we believe is right. And that wears on us. I had a nurse who told me a story. She said, I was caring for a patient in the ICU and he was dying. I could not let his family in. So his family FaceTime on the iPad. They said their goodbyes and they were all crying. And throughout that, I attended to his lines, to his vitals. I charted. And when the patient died, it wasn't only until after the patient died, I realized I never tended to his heart and to his soul. And that this patient really, truly died alone. And so that nurse is carrying that shame and that grief because she knows she didn't attend to the patient in the way that he deserved to be cared for in his last minutes of life. And so I said to her, if you could do it again, what would you say to him? What would you do differently? She said, I would come up right next to him and I would hold his hand. And I would whisper to him and I would say, I am here. You are not alone. I am with you. I would say, I'm so sorry that you're going through this and that you're dying. And I'm so sorry that your family cannot be with you. And that I think you're brave. She said, I want to thank you for letting me be with you in these last minutes of your life. Thank you. There's not space for us in our healthcare systems to do that. But what that would have done for her was brought closure to her feelings, closure for, although his family couldn't be with him, she knew she did the best she could to care for his heart and his soul. But our systems, they're not set up for that. We are going from one patient to the next, doing one thing so busy, so rushed, that she said, I didn't even think about how I could care for him as he was dying in that way. It was all about the numbers. And did she go into nursing because of that? Because she wanted to have all the lines straight and the vitals and the number? No, she went into nursing why we all go into caregiving. It's because we want to make a difference in our patients' lives. And when that's taken from us, that is moral injury. When we think we could possibly be causing harm, that wears on our souls. When we're discharging homeless patients back to the streets without resources, without mental health follow-ups, we could be causing more harm. This moral injury wears on us, wears us down, and makes us exhausted so that no matter what we are doing, it's never enough. Like I said in the very first video, it is never enough. Everyone is dying. And that's the connection between the system and our individual space and holding that burnout. I'd like to talk about what it does now. What does stress do to our bodies? So when we're running and rushing, going from one place to the next on this high level, high stress, fight or flight, on our toes, like embodied, what that looks like is this, like on our toes, ready to do this. We know this patient needs this and we need to go here. We need to do that. I need to call this person. I need to call the doctor. I need to do this. Like it's constant, go, 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 go. That's fight or flight. When we're in fight or flight, we're using our lower reasoning, our reptilian brains. We are not able to think creatively, to get curious, to stop and wonder, is there something I'm missing? But the system that we're in creates that anxiety. It creates that sense of urgency. And it's not until we slow down that we can and breathe and ground ourselves. And that's why I have you find your feet rooted, because it's so different to be rooted into the ground than to be up on your toes like this, ready to go, ready for combat. So when we can be grounded, we can start and tap into that higher reasoning. So I'm curious about the ways when we're in our lower reasoning, when we're exhausted, when we're burnt out, we are looking for the paths of least resistance in our everyday experience. And as a bedside nurse, I know that when I get stopped by a patient who needs something, that is hard because that is extra work for me. And when I'm already exhausted, it's really hard to attend to that need and then go this way and get stopped again. When we're operating out of our lower reasoning from burnout and exhaustion, the only person we're looking out for is ourselves. And that's normal. That's what we were created to do when we're in that experience, that we're protecting ourselves to survive. But the people around us suffer, our patients suffer, our families suffer. Everyone is suffering because of our burnout and the burnout caused by the system. So I just want to be so clear. What is ours to own and what is the system's? And how do they cross over? And how do we make change? And now I'm curious, what do you need? It's a question as we think about burnout, as we think about self-care, which I really love that I actually haven't said the word self-care yet, because there's this idea of moving from self and through self-care into collective care together. But the question is, what do you need to feel cared for? Take a moment, think about it. Write it down. I would love for you to actually put it in the chat. What do you need to feel cared for? I can share that I need sunshine. I need friends. I need physical touch. As you all know, I need to move my body. I need freedom to dance. I need to go on walks. I need chapstick. It's so dry in Colorado. There's so many things that we need that we're not aware of. So go ahead and write these out. What do you need? What do you need to feel cared for? And be honest. I need eye contact. I need my husband to say, "How was your day?" I need hugs. I need space with those that I love to tell the truth.
I need support, acknowledgement, and understanding.
Support, acknowledgement, understanding, yes.
Friends and laughter.
Friends and laughter. I love that laughter. We need laughter so much. Yes.
Fresh air.
Yes, fresh air.
And here's a smile. Quiet and yes to chapstick.
Thank you for affirming that with me. I'm not alone for the need of chapstick. Yes. And then I'll take this moment. Sorry, Roger, I'll take this moment because I think there's something interesting about chapstick, and that what it's signaling is something deeper. It's dehydration. It's dryness. It's a need to replenish myself. And that chapstick can be something that soothes, but really, what is the root? And so as you're writing what you need, I would also invite you to ask why. Why do I need fresh air? Why do I need community and friends? Go ahead, Roger. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, good. You and I working together here. Cliff says honesty.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so true.
Lots of hugs, multiple saying quiet time, me time.
Yes, me time. Solitude with oneself.
Another vote for lip balm. Multiple votes for laughter.
Yay. Yep.
Mary says nature.
Yeah, nature is a big one. Being in a space of wonder, something that's bigger than us. Yeah, thank you, Mary.
Yeah, more than one saying God.
Yes.
Dogs and pets.
Yes.
I like the way Sharon says this. Loving ears.
Living ears. I want to know more about that, Sharon. So if you don't mind.
All right, Sharon, back to you.
Living ears. We can come back to. I love that.
Sue says, I need a vacation away, but I don't know where to go right now and don't have anyone to go with.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, Sue.
Anybody want to go on a trip with Sue?
I would like to go with you, Sue.
More walks. Roll on lavender or other aromatherapy.
Great. Aromatherapy is huge, just calming us. So I encourage you. Oh, go ahead, Roger.
Oh, we can keep on going. You tell me.
Okay.
You lead.
Let's go another minute. Let's hear it. I think this is encouraging for us to hear people say what they need. So I love it. Let's keep going.
To creative cook. Time with friends. Soothing music. Appreciation, patience, and community. Solitude. Victoria said a little bit back, she said, my watch tells me to breathe. I need to be able to do that without my watch telling me to.
Yeah, that's amazing. But I love your awareness to know that you want to be able to know when to breathe, and that sometimes it might take a watch. And the natural progression is not having it. That's incredible awareness.
And a little more adequate awareness says, Clara says, I need adequate access to my water and a bathroom.
Yeah, so this is so important, our basic needs. Going back to that chapstick, to our water, to be able to eat and provide our basic needs, because if our basic needs aren't being met, all these other desires to walk and be in nature and have time for community and friends and solitude aren't possible. So really laying that foundation for ourselves. And as I work in the hospital with patients, I see so many nurses not taking their lunches in a 12-hour shift. And there's many reasons behind that, but that's setting us up to fail in so many ways when our basic needs aren't being met to eat and replenish ourselves. So I'd like to switch gears a little bit here and talk about how what we need, the importance of that, and the reality of keeping ourselves as caregivers accountable for the way we treat our patients, and specifically our Black, Indigenous, and patients of color. The marginalized patients for forever have been the recipients of health disparities, of poor care, of not being heard, of being told that their life experience isn't true and isn't valid. And just looking at these numbers, that 40% of Black women have a higher chance of dying than white women. Our Black children with asthma, higher than our white children. Black women have 4 times more likely to die during birth or after birth. And in New York City, this is even higher. And looking at these numbers, that Black men and women, that they're at the highest mortality rate with all cancers combined. These numbers signal there is a problem. And unfortunately, our society needs to see numbers to understand there needs to be change. But you talk to anybody in this group, any Black, Indigenous, and patients of color, they will tell you how real this is. They will tell you their experiences. And I plead with you to listen. Validate these experiences, understand the truth of what their life is living, that they are being brave to tell you their truth. Don't deny them that. And I'm speaking as a white woman in this experience and speaking to other white caregivers, that as we care for our patients, we must be accountable to the ways that we bring in racism to the bedside, the way that we bring in our biases, because we do. The first step in this is understanding racism, this idea that one race is superior to another, and that this is what our country is founded upon. We are founded upon slavery and the belief that white people should have more power and more privilege than Black people. That is the structure for which our systems are built upon. And in order to create change, we must dismantle this belief and this understanding. So there's racism and the ways that we participate in that as a white woman, the ways I participate in that as a white woman on a daily basis. And it starts with confession and telling the truth, going back about how we feel. The more honest we get with ourselves, the more in the moment we can recognize that we're operating from this taught experience that we've been taught by society, by our culture, that white is superior. This is a really hard topic. So I am grateful that you are holding space to hear this. And I again just ask for your curiosity, as I'm curious in the ways that I do this as a caregiver, as a white woman, in every interaction that I have. And so there's ways to also to think about this complementing the way that we bring in our explicit biases, this overt understanding. It's a conscious understanding of our biases. That we know, it's like overt racial slurs, things that people say, they know they're being racist and that's what they believe. That's explicit when you really understand and you're conscious of the ways that you're intending to speak something in some bias in some way. Like, I'm biased towards the color purple. I love purple. My house is purple. That's not true, but that could be a positive or a bias that you know about yourself. And then there's implicit. This is unconscious. This is the way that we've been brought up, the way we've been taught, that we have this limited view of the world that we've been taught based on our family, our upbringing. These are all imprints on our hearts and our minds. The movies we watch, the things that we're told are constantly feeding our subconscious. And that's where the work is. That's where we must start to untangle this web. Because like I said, our systems, they're founded in racism. And until we can confess, yes, I play a part in this. I play a part in racism. I do racist things sometimes subconsciously. And we bring that to the consciousness, then we can create change in the moment. To take a breath and get curious about it. It's again, offering yourself self-kindness. Oh, wow, what I just did, I treated that patient in this way, and I think that's because I'm biased towards them. Taking a breath, you just confessed something really powerful. You just brought it into your awareness. And that's what's going to allow you to change and to shift away from that. We are accountable to this. Everyone is, but specifically I'm speaking to us as caregivers, that we hold people's lives in our hands and that we're responsible for addressing our racism and our bias so we don't bring that into every interaction we have with different patients. These numbers of health disparities are real for a reason. And there's many reasons why health disparities exist. And we could get caught up in this and that, but I'm asking you to ask yourself, first and foremost, what is my role? And what can I do to show up fully for my Black, Indigenous, and patients of color and listen to them and validate their experience and not bring my bias into the conversation. And when I do, to confess it. When it happens, say it, name it. And that's where the healing works, where it happens. And that's where the change starts to come out and starts to shift a culture when we begin to confess and tell our truth. So I'd like to go now and hear from you about how the system has failed you. I'm going to bring my, my paint over here and my canvas. Okay. All right, as I'm preparing, I want to thank you all for listening to this and to take moments to really reflect upon this topic. Again, these are lives, that the sacredness of caring for another person and holding them. It's the biggest gift we could give to another person, to be with them and validate them and listen to their experience. Okay, so Roger, I would love to hear from you, from our guests and our caregivers, the ways that the system has failed them. And I'm going to turn this just a little bit.
Yeah, and move it just a little bit closer too.
A little closer.
Yeah, I think it'd be a little bit okay. Maybe a little to your right. We'll just stick that right there, and that way you can watch Tara do her thing. And oh, there you go.
All right, thank
you. In real time.
In real time. Okay, so I'm going to respond creatively through painting based on your experiences. So whenever you're ready, Roger.
Quite a number of different experiences. Katie said, just a number and not a name.
Yeah, just a number and not a name. Thank you, Katie.
Sue points out, and I don't think she's alone, more work, no more resources. Expected to do more without complaint.
Yeah, more work.
I'll repeat that so you're...
Less resources, expected to do more without complaint. Yeah.
Anna says, feels like often trying to swim upriver.
Often trying to swim upriver.
Cliff ends with a question mark. I think this is poignant. He says, not important now?
Not important now. Not important now.
Megan says, continual gaslighting regarding our concerns.
Yeah, gaslighting regarding our concerns.
Multiple people mentioning the angst of not being with a loved one at the end of a journey.
Yeah.
Inability to be with loved ones at the end of their journey, away from my sister-in-law as she died. Couldn't see my mom for most of the journey and just for a little bit at the very end.
Yeah, being away from my loved ones when they need us the most, when we need them the most, being told we can't be with them.
Unrealistic expectations.
Unrealistic expectations. Yeah, again, setting us up to fail from the get-go.
Tara, just be aware that as you change body position, your volumes change in just a little bit. So
Okay.
when you bend over, perhaps just speak up a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Teresa here speaks for multiple people. Expected higher output with no increase in resources or support while managing life and home.
Yeah, expecting higher output with no increase of resources. And also managing everything else at home. Yeah, that's really, really hard. And it's a lot to hold. And we're all being asked to do that without the proper care and the proper resources to do so. It's just getting bigger and bigger and harder. Yep, thank you. I hear you.
Sadly, disrespect from the general public when they believe the virus isn't real. Healthcare workers are lying about how bad the virus is.
Yeah, this is really heartbreaking when we're working and putting ourselves at risk and caring for those who are there, many of them because they did not take the proper precautions because they didn't believe in it. And we're still being asked to put ourselves at risk and our families at risk and not being protected. Yeah, thank you. I hear you.
A couple a little more specific to money. B says lack of caregivers because they're getting paid more through unemployment benefits.
Yeah, that's
And
such
Tris, I don't know if I got your name right, but grants and funding requirements that don't consider the needs of first responders, feeling neglected and not seen and understood by them.
Yeah. That's definitely a system problem when we also have nurses leaving the bedside because they're getting paid so much more to travel because our hospitals aren't paying them what they deserve and what they need to survive on. Yeah.
And finally, Mary Kay says, I experienced holding a cell phone to a patient's ear as we were preparing to remove him from life support and allowing his spouse, then his sister and his baby, as she called herself, to say their goodbyes to validate the impact of his life on the world and them.
Wow, so powerful.
Well, she continues, and I think this is just sums up a good chunk of the sentiment. It changed me. The next day, I did not even cry or tear up when a 25-year-old died. And that is why I'm here today.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. Yeah. That heart of yours has had to hold so much more than it could bear. I hear you, and I'm so sorry that these lives around us who are suffering it can only hold so much sometimes. And I'm so glad that you're here, and encourage you to lean into what you're experiencing right now. So this system here, as I'm painting, and I must tell you, and I think this may be encouraging, I don't know, that I'm really not a visual artist, that I don't paint really very much, but this is, I really like it. But that really the arts aren't for people who consider themselves quote unquote artists, that we're all creative beings, and that the outcome of our art isn't necessarily as important of the process of making it. And so I see these lines, these paths, this system, and I see how it's covered me, and that I'm not as visible, and I'm not as present. And visually, I become a bit obscure because of the red tape, because of the laws, the policies, some of those being important and good to keep people safe, others adding more headache, not keeping the patient's best interests in mind, not keeping our best interests in mind. And it starts to blend me out, and I start to disappear. And I'm curious about the way we show up in this system that has, I heard so many of you say, this system has asked more of us and is not listening to our concerns. And when we go up against the system, many times we feel like we're failing and that we don't have a voice. And yet every time we do speak up, we are making a difference, that we can wipe this clear, and that we can get rid of some of these lines, and that we can actually show up and be seen in small ways, whether it's speaking up for what we need, taking our lunch, whatever that may be. That's going to be up to you to figure out the ways in which you're going to go against the system and ask more of the system. We can't let it blot us out completely. Our lives and our patients' lives are dependent upon our caregivers. Every single one of us will become a caregiver at some point in our life. And it's important to acknowledge that. And in order for us to be sustainable in this career, we have to speak our truths when it happens. We have to speak up, and we have to care for ourselves and make that a boundary. Now, I'd like to share with you a video of the way that I felt I was let down personally with my family by the system. So I'll go ahead and let's watch this video together. I remember when I got the call and I was told my brother had died. And I couldn't believe it. I didn't even know he was sick. He had been incarcerated for trespassing and had been suffering from mental illness for many years. He was only 30 years old. When I called the hospital to ask them what happened, they said he refused care and he had died of sepsis. And I said he refused care. He had mental illness. Why didn't you call us or call family? And I was told because they assumed because he came in as an incarcerated individual that he didn't have any family. They assumed that nobody cared about him, that nobody loved him, nobody wanted to protect him and hold him and fight for his life. They assumed because he was in jail that nobody cared. And after that, I felt so angry, and I was determined as a nurse to never let that happen to any of my patients, that no matter what bias I brought in, that I would fight it and I would work through it. And I would see each person as a human being who deserved to be heard and seen and cared for despite their circumstances. All right. Thank you for, again, holding that space for my grief story around the way that the system has failed me, my family, and the loss of my brother. I would also like to invite you to put in the chat if you have a specific story. Again, this idea of vulnerability is strength. Vulnerability is sharing our stories with one another today. This is what creates a community. If you'd like to share a story that you think would be healing for you to share, I would invite you to put that in the chat. If there's any stories, yeah, I would love to hear you and hear your stories as you are so graciously hearing me today and hearing my stories. And I also want to acknowledge that this topic of racism at the bedside, biases, that it can bring up some really strong feelings in us. And I want to thank you for being in it with me, that this is the work, that when those feelings arise, I ask that you get curious. And I wonder how we can meet one another in that space. How do we compassionately meet another who has a completely different worldview than us? Another person who may disagree with me today completely. How do we come together so as not to divide, but to stay true to our beliefs and yet also hold space for theirs and to listen and to understand? It's that moment of breath, the questioning, the learning. Tell me more why you believe this. Tell me more. Allows a person to talk through what they're feeling and experiencing. And it's also important to continue the dialogue and to not shut down the dialogue. And so again, if you are having a visceral response to what I'm saying, my ask is for you to ask why. Why is this bringing so much up in me, in my heart? If you're feeling angry, why? What is it about what I'm saying that's making you angry? It's an opportunity. All of this is an opportunity to learn. And I don't want any of us to miss out on that opportunity.
Tara, one question that comes in. I don't see how you can say personal bias can lead to health disparities. Can you talk more about this?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. I think that's a really important question. So if you have a patient come in who's a patient of color into the emergency room, I'm going to speak from my own personal experience, the ways that I've been working on my racism. I worked in the emergency room for many years, and we had a large number of Black patients coming in for pain medication. If you look at some of the research, Black men and women who come in for pain medication are actually not given as much pain medication as white people, because we don't believe that they're there because they're really in pain. I became desensitized. I would question, does this person really need pain medicine? And so then, because I'm questioning, because they are Black, if they need pain medicine or not, I'm bringing that question to the doctor. I'm saying, we have this patient here, I'm talking about it, but I don't really know. And that's my bias because of what I've seen. That's not a universal truth, but I'm bringing my bias to that conversation, bringing that bias to the doctor. And so the doctor says, yeah, well, I don't know either. Well, let's just start with a little bit and see what happens. Versus another patient who may be white or come from a different background. I don't question it. I don't bring that bias to the doctor to say what they need. Okay, we'll give them one of Dilaudid or whatever it may be. It's very small. It can feel very small, but it's huge, these effects that we have, that we are the voice of our patients. That when our patient needs something, that we're the voice that brings it to the doctor. And if we in our minds think maybe it's not true based on what we've experienced with other similar patients, then we might not push as hard to get that doctor to really care for this, or the patient's still in pain, but you know what, I'm busy. I don't really believe that they're in that much pain. And so that we're not fighting or advocating for those patients in the way that we should be? I think it's a really good question, and it's something that each one of us needs to ask. What ways do I uphold racism? What ways do I live within my biases? I think about the bias that the nurse had when she took care of my brother and the doctor. When I didn't know he was in the hospital because he was incarcerated. He was homeless, he had mental illness many times, was trespassing a lot, so he was always going to jail because he had no place to live. And and so when he went into the hospital, I was never notified because they don't, out of privacy. And then when he refused care, they never called family. And when we found out that he died, and I asked them, I know I'm retelling the story, but I think it makes a point, that she said, we assumed he didn't have any family. So there's a moment of assuming that he didn't have family because he was incarcerated, because he came in from the jail system. So already we're putting a bias towards this person. They are a bad person. They're in jail because they did something wrong. They don't deserve as much care. I don't need to push harder to see if there's another reason we should maybe think about not letting this person pass away because they have mental illness. Are they capable of making these decisions themselves? So those are some examples.
Tara, a couple other questions that came in a little bit back. One said it can feel overwhelming to go against the system, or I feel like I get buried in the system. Any advice on how to navigate or go against it?
Mm-hmm. It's a really great question, and I think it's something we all really grapple with. How do we make systemic change? How do we go up against the system when we can feel so overwhelmed and powerless? And it feels many times like our voices don't matter in this larger picture. And I'd say in many cases, it's true. In many cases, we aren't heard. And the ways that you can combat it start off pretty small, actually. And it's first recognizing that there needs to be change. So it sounds like you've recognized, you see it, you know that there's an issue here. And then it's telling the truth about your experience in that issue. So you recognize there's a problem. Now you have to share your personal experience with it. How does it make you feel? And maybe I'll use as an example, the nurses taking lunch breaks and not taking lunch breaks. That the system has really created it and encouraged, without saying it, that we really shouldn't be taking lunches so that we can care for our patients. Because when we're off the floor for our lunches, nobody's caring for our patients. So it's first saying, this is what I need. Going back to, what do you need to be cared for? This is what I need, and creating very strong boundaries around that. I am going to take my lunch every single day I'm working. That is going against the system, because the system's not created to let you do that in an easy way. So small battles. And then it's saying, I'm going to do research. I'm going to look and see what happens when nurses in the ICU all take their lunch breaks. Let's try a research project. We're supposed to be given lunches. So let's do some research and let's gather data. How does patient satisfaction go up if we take our lunches, or does it go down? How does it shift? So trying to think of ways to gather data to make a case, to make a point. And then it's bringing it to people in power. And it's finding those people that are going to listen to you. And if one person doesn't, you go to the next person. And it's based in relationship. Who do you already have relationships with in your workplace? Who do you know cares about you and who will advocate for you? Start with that person. Tell them what you need. And then from there, go to the next person. And then hopefully it gets up in high enough in the chain that somebody will be able to shift and make a difference. At the end of the day, we can't control what everything else is happening. We can only control ourselves and our choices, but we can model the behavior, setting our boundaries, choosing to take our lunches because we deserve it. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you, Tara. About 6 minutes, so I'll ask you one more question. I know you had a little closing comment or exercise. one more question, or you want to move into your final little piece there?
Let's do one more question.
Okay. I think this was Kylie. If I get that wrong, let me know, Kylie. I'm feeling burned out and I'm considering leaving nursing. Do you have any advice?
Kylie, thank you so much for that question. First, again, I just want to say that's a really brave statement to make. That's really honest. And that's already the first step, is recognizing where you're at. So Kylie, I hear that you are burnt out and you're considering leaving nursing. And if I have any advice for you. And what I would say is that it sounds like you need to take some time, that you need to find some solitude with yourself. And I would suggest taking some time off to do that from nursing. When nurses hit burnout, it's very rare they can continue to stay in the same position that they're in. Burnout is when people leave the profession of nursing completely. And if you're truly in that place of burnout, it's actually really hard to come back and stay in that same place. So I would suggest you take some time off. Give yourself the gift of time and the gift to slow down, to really know what you need and know what you want. And nursing may not be that for you anymore. And to already know that that's okay and that you haven't failed, that these circumstances that you've been in have been so hard, and that what you're doing is questioning that. So take some time away, whether it's a week, 3 weeks, if you can go somewhere different, change your scenery. I'd also encourage you to get in touch with some people who really care about you, people who know you, people who can say, yes, this is too much for you right now. Let's think of something different. Give yourself time, and then at the end of the time, go back into the situation you're nursing, the job you're in, and see if it feels any different. Did just a little bit of time away, did that give you some time to heal and process and think about doing things differently? And I think you'll know right away when you go back into it. You may not even have to go back into it, and you'll know. You have the answer in you already. You know what you need to do to care for yourself, and I encourage you to be brave and to take those steps to care for you, and whatever that looks like. All right, thank
Tara,
you so much for that.
2 minutes for your close, and then we'll move to our next speaker.
All right, let's go ahead and close our eyes. This was a big topic with big feelings and big emotions. And again, thank you for swimming in it with me. Take a deep breath in and out. Open your hands and just receive for a moment. Allow yourself to just be. And know that this work doesn't happen overnight. These shifts can be very minute. Understanding ourselves better, becoming more self-aware is a lifelong journey. This work will never end, and that can feel overwhelming. So take your hands and place it on your heart, and remember that you're doing the best you can in this very moment, and to give yourself compassion and give yourself care. And taking that last deep breath in and out. Thank you all so much.
Wow, thank you. And big clap, little hack, clap, virtual hug, whatever works for you. But thank you again. We will see Tara one more time before the day is done, after we get back from lunch. So with that, let's shift gears. I have the good pleasure of introducing someone I've had the pleasure of working with or doing this for before. And if you've been with the symposium in previous years, you've seen her too. Jewel Aguirre is an MED, an LPC, an NCC, and a mind-body psychotherapist and international faculty trainer with the NIA technique. And she's been named by Origin Magazine as one of the nation's top leaders who inspire. And she does so by moving integrative wellness seekers from the inside out, right? With conscious body movement and body-mind awareness and integrative psychotherapeutic skill and stimulating self-actualization and transformation and healing, of course, both for clients and students. Jewel is headquartered in Dallas, Texas, but trains all over the world. Please, would you give me a big, join me in giving Jewel a big Educare welcome to the virtual stage. Jewel, over to you.
Thank you, Roger. I need someone to put me up.
You are good to go.
Oh, I'm not okay. Thank you. I'm not seeing it here. So my apologies. Hi,
All
everybody.
good.
Roger, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And wow, what an honor to be coming off the tail of Tara's beautiful presentation. And I only hope to add to the beauty and the heartfelt sensations that were achieved in watching the art and the beauty of that presentation. Let me get my art up for a brief moment. Some visuals to go on as we venture into my presentation of connecting with movement as medicine for systemic healing and whole system resilience. We did a lot of that in Tara's presentation, really like going beyond talking about these concepts, but putting it in our body, letting it speak to our body, letting us process it and share our stories. So welcome to this presentation. We're going to delve into movement as medicine. You're going to get to experience it. Again, we're not just going to talk about it. You're going to get to feel how movement is medicine to help you feel better in your body, your mind, your emotions, and your spirit. Sensing joy and sensing the body's promise, the body's birthright of resilience. I pose a big question for all of us, and go ahead and grab your pen or get in the chat and process this big question. The big question, what if? What if your body is the most important thing that you own? Settle in with that. Sit with that. What if my body is the most important thing I own? And it is. And what if small things made a big difference? And what if pleasure is the way? What would your life look like? That's the big question. What would your life look like if your body was the most important thing and small things made a big difference and pleasure is the way? Maybe it doesn't have to be as hard as we think it does. Maybe there's a choice. There is. How would it be different? What choices would be different in your body, in your mind, in your emotions, in your spirit? How would you find more ease, more compassion, more joy in doing what you do? Feel free to write it down. Feel free to put it in the comments, to share with this community. Let your voice be heard. See and be seen in the chat. Today, we're going to cover the power of movement in healing. We're going to briefly define healing, but define it in a new way. We're going to talk about how movement is a path for taking care of your body and your whole self. We'll talk about how fatigue, stress, resilience, and joy all can live hand in hand within us. We're not mutually exclusive. This is life. We have a lot going on. And while we may be stressed and fatigued, we can also hold in the other hand resilience and joy and thrive through these tough times. And then also some self-assessment and self-care tools. And of course, everything we're talking about, we're going to put it into action into a brief movement experience for you and us. First, healing defined. Healing in all the realms, whether it's the body, the mind, the emotions, the spirit, is to make, sound, or whole. Let that settle in, to make, sound, or whole. If you tap into where you need healing right now, what needs the felt sense of being made sound or whole? And in the work that we're doing today, this is Nia Moving to Heal that I'm going to give you an experience with. Healing is defined as little acts we do along the way to feel better. Sometimes we think of healing as an instant act, or my back hurts, I just want it to feel better. I just want it to be cured. I want it to be gone. How long is it going to take? Maybe I have anxiety. What's one thing I can do to make it be gone? Well, wouldn't that be nice? But oftentimes that's not reality. And when it's not reality, we can feel hopeless and helpless. But what if we changed our perspective a bit on this definition of healing and we shifted it from a single act to little acts we do along the way to feel better? Can I feel better? So my back hurts. What's one thing I can do right now to feel a little bit better? Maybe I stretch. Maybe I go for a walk. Maybe my back's at a level 10 pain, and after I stretch, my back is at a level 8.5 pain. Well, guess what? It's better. I feel better. And that is a feeling of potential and hope. There's something I can do to feel better. And once we train ourselves to choose little acts along the way to feel better, well, guess what? We start doing it all the time in our daily activities, from our leisure time to our work time. How can I take care of what is ailing me right now? What's one choice I can make to feel better? Maybe get a sip of water. Maybe take a deep breath. Remember, little things go a long way. Little acts make a big difference. And then resilience. That's a big topic in our program today. Resilience, the capacity to recover, adapt, and spring back. Well, to optimize resilience, we must optimize the overall health of our full system. We can't really access resilience if we don't optimize the health of our body, mind, emotions, and spirit. And I'm going to share with you today some ways to optimize your assets. But how? By taking care of your whole self, attending to your body, your mind, your emotions, and your spirit. You are a whole being, and we can't just, attend to one realm of ourself. We're not just a body. We're not just a floating head either, a thinking head with a disassociated body. We are a whole being, and we must attend to all parts of the self. Remembering a little goes a long way. Things may seem hopeless. Things may seem like mountains to overcome, but one little step by one little step, we reach our goal. So let's start with taking care of your body, the basics. How are you doing with taking care of your body? Some of the basics: rest, getting enough quality rest, hydration, nutrition, high quality breathing, fueling life force in our system. Again, tell yourself the truth. Write it in your journal, write it in the chat. How are you doing with the basics of taking care of your body? Another biggie is movement. Our body is made to move. And you may think, gosh, but I don't have time. I'm so stressed out and I'm just, hopping from one thing to the next. How do I make time for movement? Well, again, little things make a big difference. Do you have 1 minute? Do you have 5 minutes? Do you have 15 minutes? What's something that you can do to move your body and feel better? Maybe just as you're sitting here right now, move your joints, sway your spine, move your shoulder joints or your wrist joints, and sense how movement feels good. Movement feels better. We're going to take it to the dance floor, in your space and my space, and get that sense of how movement really does feed our body health, articulation of the joints, movement of energy to help us feel better. Again, you may say, I don't have time. Or I don't want to. It's not fun. Well, find something that makes you feel good. Maybe it's walking your dogs. Maybe it's doing some yoga or Nia. Put on some good music and dance. What if you only have 2 minutes? Put on a 2-minute song and move your body and feel the good chemistry that comes from the joy of movement. Also with our body speaks to us through sensation. So part of attending to our body is listening to its voice. And the voice of the body is sensation. What do you sense right now? Maybe you sense your tail sitting in your chair. Maybe you sense your feet on the floor. Maybe you sense a little tension in your neck and shoulders. These are the voices of the body that when we hear it, we listen and we attend to it. And then cooperate with your body. Be in relationship. How do you see your body? Is there you and you're driving the boat? Your body comes along for the ride, or is it you, your body, and the relationship? Your dance partner that we attend to. What can my body do? What feels good for my dance partner? And have compassion and give the body what it needs. That we see it as a partner and not just a machine to fulfill the tasks that we have to do. Then we have the mind. Our mind is on board with our resilience and health and healing. So the realm of the mind is the place where we have thought, imagination, laser focus, expanded awareness, and hopefully opportunities to completely empty the mind. We also have right and left brain activation, where we move in ways, we think in ways, we experience life in ways that have a linear trajectory or a circular fluid trajectory. We're designed for both. And also stimulating the mind for activation and relaxation, our sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system activation for balance, health, and wholeness. And then finally, the emotions. We have this realm of the body that is emotional, that is sensed through feelings. And what do we do with those feelings? They must be expressed. Well, if you have a therapist, you may be expressing it a lot, but otherwise, how's it coming out? Through our movement practice today, you're going to get a chance to express yourself through movement, through sound, through body language, and then spirit, sensing that connection of your whole self, your uniqueness, like you as a being like no other, and sensing your sense of purpose and your higher self. So I want to tell you, your body is made to move from the cell, the micro cell, all the way out to the holistic human being that you are. Everything in you is designed to move. And therefore, when we move, we feel better. When we move, we create healing in all the realms. So let's put this into practice. Let's get ready to move. Now, before we do, and I'm giving you the promise that movement helps you feel better. Well, how will you know it unless you check in with your now body? So I invite you to get up and move through the room walking. Everybody can do that. Just walk in the room. And as you're walking, notice what you notice. What sensations do you notice in your body? Say it out loud. I notice some density in my tail from sitting in the chair. I'm noticing some tightness in the middle of my back. What do you notice? I want you to remember a couple of the things that you notice. Remember it, and we're going to check in again at the end of our movement session and ask, did the movement medicine help me feel better? Now let's take a couple of deep breaths together. And as you do, measure the amount of volume and space you sense inside your lungs. 2 to 3 deep breaths, measure and give it a number from 1 to 10. 1 being very little volume and space, 10 being full capacity of volume and space in your lungs as you take a deep breath. So go ahead and walk and breathe and give it a measurement. What's your number? My number's a 7. Remember your number, and we're going to check in after our movement session and ask, did the movement medicine help me feel better? Let's get ready to step in. We're going to begin our movement with, we talked about moving the joints, sensing all of your joints articulating, and then landing in a comfortable stance. Circle your arms over the top and sense the side seam stretch. Relax. And watch the hand connecting your eyes, your head, and your hand. Now reach, spread like a star beam. Draw it in to your heart. Now we're going to reach out, reach into the camera. Reach, reach. We're going to start back at the top. Now sense that relaxation. You can give it a sound. Your body's way. Your time, your way. Let's go to the star body. Reach out, stretch, and draw it in. Close the curtains. Reach long, reach. Take my hand. Now in your space, just freely move. Let the music move you. Relax. And there's no right way or wrong way. There's just your body's way. Let's go back to that star body. Reach. Oh. Draw it in. And reach long. Let's go back again. How long can you reach? What feels right for you? Expansive, radiant movement. I'm gonna reach out to you. Reach out for me. And then just settle in with a big waft and a big open heart, open spirit. We're going to step offline and sense the corners of the room with a hip bump. Corner, corner. Sense the pleasure and joy in your hips and lumbar spine. Now get ready to let go and shimmy down. I'm falling. Now get under it, fall up. Sound it. Get ready for the other corners. We're gonna go rock the pelvis, corner, corner. Sensing the hips, sensing the lumbar spine, release. Now a big star body, step with me, reach. Stop, go back, ha. Ha. Give it a sound. Ha. Ha. Now pelvic circles, move the energy around, sensing life force. Move it with your hands, move it with your pelvis. Relax your jaw and let's shake it down. I'm falling. Now come up. Get under it. Sense the balance and off balance over it. And under it. Pelvic circles go around. Now it can be smaller. It can be bigger. What feels right for you? Hip joints designed to move. Let's go with the star body. Reach and stop. Stop. Ha. Start, stop. Sha. Ha. Ha. Get ready for all of our favorite move. Shimmy through the space. Shimmy. Move it and shake your shoulder girdle. Play with off balance, on balance. Hip bumps. Let's take it around. Now hip bumps other side. Now I can take this pace or I can go quicker. What's your time? Circle it out. Smooth it out. Open up. Sensing the grounded, enlightened, enlivened sensation of your body, mind, spirit. Get your feet underneath you and walk in place. Just sense your arms hanging in a relaxed way. We have that dynamic ease, the dynamic walk, the ease of relaxation and hanging. We're going to add a lateral travel. 4, 3, 2, and look where you're going. 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we're going to add a stop and stay. Stop and stay. Dragging a cape behind your body and wrap that cape. Step 4, 3, 2. Put your foot down and wrap that cape. Now pull that cape a little higher. This time we're going to circle up. Hold it out, look. Spiraling up. Your whole system spiraling up. Sensing groundedness and sensing enlightenment. At this time, go ahead and from your heart, reach out. Heart strings, reach out. Now let's lift it up. Look up and look out. Up. Oh, heartstrings play. Reaching up to the heavens. Now, in your space, free form flow. Slow down and sense the result of changing speed on your nervous system. Doing anything you do, but do it slow. Sensing the physicality, the emotion, the release, the discharge, the stretch, the life force energy moving through you. Vibrant aliveness of being. Now we're going to turn around, take that cape around, and return. Just swish the cape around. This is your superhero cape. Adding it to the lateral travel. Drag that cape. Wrap that cape. Turn, return. We're going around. Back around. Lateral travel. Sensation of dancing. Feeling. Let's turn, return, around. Flow. Pull it tight. And send it up. Turn, return. Ho. You just look where you're going, following that hand. Pull it tight, release. Turn, return. Whoa. Now let's reach up to the sky. Heartstrings coming out. Turn, return. We're moving in a lot of different directions. Multi-dimensional movement of your body. That's how we're designed to move. In many different ways. Different directions, different energies. Look at your hand. Let's go back to that cape, drag it. Wrap it. Turn, return. Open that cape. Let's do it one more time. Sense it dragging behind you. Wrapping around you. Dancing the space. And release that cape. Drop the cape and sense your wing. One wing. Let it hang. Articulate your wing. Let's switch. Articulate your wing. Imagine the wing. Now we're going to add a step where we step. 12 o'clock, walk, walk. 6 o'clock, walk, walk, and sit down. Other side. 12 o'clock, walk, walk. 6 o'clock, walk, walk, sit down. Now a canopy overhead. Over. Let the wing hang. A canopy over the top. Let it hang. And relax. Over. You can support yourself with your hand on your leg. Gravity, pulling your stress off your skin, off your muscles, off your bones. Looking up, looking down. One more time. And we're just going to take that energy and move it freely, sensing shoulders. Moving those upper arm bones, articulating shoulder joints. There's no right way. There's just those shoulder joints doing their thing. Lots of mobility in those shoulders. You can slow it down, speed it up, move bigger, move smaller, your way. But let's get back on track. Wrap the wings. Throw it back. Wrap. Throw it back, and then just sense that wing. I like to place my hand on my chest and sense the action in the chest. For the wing to move, it activates my chest. Give it a shot. Now you can move it quicker or slower. Shot. Ha. One more time. Feel the feelings of the wing dance. Now this time, take your attention to your elbows. Let your elbows paint the space. Your moving art. You can see it, you can imagine it, and you can also sense the movement in the shoulder blades. Let's get back on track. Freeform flow. Now from your heart, open up. And circle. From your heart, send it out. Circle around. Around. Heart hands. Heart hands. Oh. Now freely move your whole wing. How would you move if you had wings? Moving, expressing, feeling, imagining, being your sacred self in the dance. Let's go over the top. Let it hang. One more time. Over. Let it hang. And rise up. Now you can listen to the music and then let it filter in through your ears, down your body, move the joints. Soft and pliable, we're going out. Think of taffy in your hand, stretch the taffy, pull it. Look at the hands, look. A little side seam bend. Life force. Stretch and pull. Get ready for your primal scream. We send it up. Support yourself and hang it. Rise up. Inhale, exhale. Hey. Oh. Oh, those are your sounds. Now let's go out again, a little quicker. Out and out. Notice how the hands go up and under, up and under. Reach your distance. Think of your muscles like rubber bands. Pull the rubber bands. Now you can lip sync it or you can give it your primal scream. And hang. You can do it. Oh. There it is. And down. Get ready for the beautiful star body. We're going to touch across and open up. Touch, open, touch, open, touch, support, and flow. Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Flow. Shata, shata. Shine on. And that scream. Your range. It can be shallow or it can be deep. Your way. You know, the power of choice is a power. You choose what feels better for your body. Oh. Let's open up again. Open, open. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Uh-huh. Da, 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 da. You can feel the rhythm of the music, the flow. Ba, 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 ba. Hey. All right, rising up. Now you can step together and touch the opposite side of your head, circle out. Or you may choose a cross behind. Touch, reach, circle. Let the music in, the flow, the body story that you tell through your movement. Music, movement, magic. Feeling, expression. Spinal roll, come down. Push out of your feet and rise up. Prayer hands up, separate out, support and flow with your spine. Push down, rise up. Wow. Heaven, heart, earth. rising high, opening wide, descend, stabilize, support. It's all in you. Now from here, little streamers. It can be one hand, it can be two hands. Streamers. Cross behind, touch, reach, and flow. You may choose stepping together or cross behind. The power of choice is a power. You choose. Feel the power, the empowerment of choice. Reach, flow. Keep that flow. Open up. Part the clouds. Reach behind and slide down. Look down, round up, stacking up your spine. Part the clouds. Open. Touch and support. Rounding the spine. Open the sunlight. Let it in. Inhale, exhale. One more. I said one more, but let's do one more. To finish it out, there's the sunshine. There's your heart open. Let the hands brush behind you. Sense that flow of brush behind. Bring those hands in, connecting with your heart, your body, your mind, your heart, your soul, all connected, all one, all in need of attention and attending to taking care of your whole self. Now let's go back and check in with our body, noticing and remembering the things you remembered before the class. Call it up and walk through the room and ask your body, did anything change? And say, thank you, body, I notice, and state the change. So thank you, body, I notice that I have a little more mobility in my middle back area. What do you notice? And give body gratitude. Thank you, body, because your body works 24/7 to heal, to feel better. Thank you, body, for healing. Thank you, body. I feel better. Now, one more thing. Let's go back to the breath. Take 2 to 3 deep breaths. Smell the moment and big exhale 2 to 3 times. Give yourself a number from 1 to 10 of how much volume and space you sense inside your lungs. I want to know, did your number change? Do you feel better? So let's walk, breathe, and measure. So thank you, body. My number was a 7.5, I believe, if I remember correctly. Now my number is a solid 7.8. Thank you, body. I am healing. What's your number? Even if you improve by a fraction is something and we want to grasp it and celebrate it. I did something to help myself feel better. That's what it's all about. Thank you so much for joining me in this movement program that enables you to sense your whole self and take care of your whole self.
And just like that, my friends, thank you, Jewel. expressions like Anna's saying, my body's giving me gratitude for the movement. Yes, it changed. I feel so much better. So thank you, Jewel. And as Jewel exits the virtual stage, we're going to sneak off to lunch 1 minute early. I'm going to give you 2 reminders, just 2. One is, the trick, but remember, I keep wanting to say butterflies, dragonflies. You want to keep looking for the dragonflies. There's gift baskets, a barbecue, I think even a pair of shoes, in addition to countless gift cards that are available to you in part of the scavenger hunt. Please do thanks our sponsors. And the one other thing that I will mention is to remember, and even though we don't have the exact date, just keep in the back of your head, the Aging and LGBTQ plus symposium will be sometime in September, and knock on wood, if possible, it's going to be live and in person. Welcome back to the virtual stage with me, the lady that now needs no introduction. And Tara's going to just kind of guide you through something. Then we'll kick off with a video, and just I trust that you will like this next section about joy and pleasure. Tara, over to you.
Thank you so much, Roger. It's so nice to be back with you all. And I want to thank Jewel for leading us through that embodied experience. That was a gift. So thank you, Jewel. All right, before we get started, let's go ahead and ground your feet again. Find the earth, find your roots. And we're just going to take a moment to start moving our bodies. I want you to move as slow as you possibly can. I don't even want you to think of this as dancing. So if you're just watching me right now, I invite you to stand, and you can even sit, but just start moving your body. If you're not sure what to do, go ahead and you can mirror me. We have a very hard time finishing things to their completion. So as you move your body, I invite you to finish each movement, each gesture to its completion. That as you step, that you feel the earth completely below you, your feet and your toes. And as you reach, you allow your reach to move through your fingertips and out as an extension out into this world. And don't forget your breath. And then if you feel like you're speeding up like I am, just take a moment to slow back down. Getting back into your body. There's no way you're supposed to be moving or not moving. It's just movement. Allowing yourself to be mindful of not judging your body and allowing it just to be. Finding tenderness and generosity flowing through you and to you. You may turn ever your body, however it wants to move. So I want to offer this simple movement, simple yet profound, as a way to know what you're feeling. Many times I'm trying to figure something out in my life, or I'm wondering, how do I feel about this? Or if I should do something or not. My body is so smart and knows the answers before my mind does. So what this allows is a transfer of knowledge from the body to the mind, and new understandings arise. And then just take a little sway. Little breath. You can do a little bounce. Ooh, shake. Shake your legs, your hands, your body. And then just remain open. Deep breaths back to the heart. Your heart should be pounding a little bit stronger with the movement. All right, thank you for moving with me. I'd like to ask you a question. What have you gained and what have you lost during this past year? This past year of what felt like many extremes on both ends. I've heard people say I've gained time and I've lost time. I've lost people. I've gained perspective. There's so much here. The soil right now that we're in is so rich. And my question to you is, what have you gained and what have you lost? If you can put that in the chat for me, it could be a couple words or a word of what you've gained and what you've lost. So I've been doing this work with the arts and movement with healthcare providers since 2017. And in 2018, I had the opportunity to do a workshop series for nurses. And it came from a personal experience I had as a patient myself. And I'd now like to share this video with you that really gives you the heart and the soul behind the joy and the play that we bring inside the hospital setting. So this video is for you to enjoy. I remember not really being able to have the compassion for somebody in their situation that I used to have, that I felt desensitized to their pain and their suffering. And after that, I realized I was tired and I was experiencing compassion fatigue. My name is Tara Reinders. I am a nurse. I've been a nurse for over 15 years, and I'm a dancer, and I am the artistic director of the clinic, which includes resiliency workshops for nurses and an immersive theater performance that takes place in the hospital setting to raise awareness of compassion fatigue and nursing burnout. The clinic is a 6-week workshop series for nurses to combat compassion fatigue and burnout through resiliency training with the arts, music, dance, and performance. It's based in play, so it brings us out of our heads and into our bodies. And just like children, we get curious again and we start thinking about things differently. We start questioning things. We use theater and acting and role-playing as a way to address certain really deep and tough questions and issues at hand, but do it through a playful lens.
I was surprised at what came out of that and what actually was causing grief that I was holding on to. And it was so great in all the different ways that we visited with the movement and sharing our stories with other nurses who I think when they heard them can really relate and connect.
I think just stress lives more in your body than you ever realize. And I think something that happened 50 years ago can be completely in your body, and you know about it. You hear about veterans from war, but you don't really know how it affects a person until you let it out.
Some of the worst days feel like they are connected intrinsically to who you are in this profession. That my value as a nurse is how I can take care of people. So on my worst days, does that mean I'm not doing a good job at taking care of people? And it's being able to kind of disconnect those two ideas.
So what motivated me for this workshop series is I had an experience as a patient where I almost died, and I realized how important nurses are, that they are everything to a patient. And I began researching patient outcomes, patient experiences. I wanted every patient to feel seen and heard and cared for every time. So I realized that compassion fatigue and nursing burnout was stealing the joy that we nurses can receive from caring for another human being, and that there's a huge need for our nurses to be supported and cared for and seen as nurses. The hospital benefits from every employee caring for themselves, because when a nurse is caring for him or herself, they're caring for their patients, and they are experiencing satisfaction as a nurse. They're empowered to care for others in a healthy way, which decreases turnover, increases patient satisfaction, nursing satisfaction. Ultimately, everyone wins.
This is a program for nurses by nurses, and I think that's one of the most important aspects of it is you're being understood, heard, and seen by someone else who has been through what you've been through, and maybe different stories, but the underlying theme is the same.
Working with performers has been a totally new experience for me, very outside of the box, and it's been a fun new approach to looking at a serious issue.
Identifying that story and finding the ways to move to help you identify how that story really impacted you, emotionally and physically. Didn't even think that story affected me until she said that prompt, and I was like, oh, I remember that. Yeah, after that I was pretty pissed. And then I was like, wait a minute, I was more than that,
Being able to move my body helped me move through certain pieces of my story that weren't necessarily as comfortable. And seeing other people struggle with the same things I struggled with, it built a little bit of a camaraderie around, everybody who was in the group, that nobody's going through it alone.
A really important component of this workshop series is the IRB-approved nurse-led research study that we're doing, and we will continue to do with every workshop series, so that we're gathering data to create evidence-based practices that can be used for nurses, but also brought to the bedside and used for the care of our patients. All right, so I hope that gives you a sense of the joy and the spirit behind the work that we do at the clinic, that using the play and pleasure and leaning into those experiences is what creates healing for us. This is a quote that was given to me by one of our participants. Nobody escapes being wounded. We are all wounded people, whether physically, emotionally, mentally, or spiritually. The question is not, how can we hide our wounds so that we don't have to be embarrassed? But how can we put our woundedness into the service of others? When our wounds cease to be a source of shame and become a source of healing, we have become wounded healers. By Henri Nouwen. I love this quote, and I love that she brought this to me, because what this does is it destigmatizes the shame that comes alongside our suffering, that allows us to say we have suffered and it's okay, because what we can do is use that suffering, lean into our joy, and actually use it to serve the common good and collectively care. In the workshops, I was pleasantly surprised. I didn't go into them thinking about this, but so many of them said, this experience with being with other nurses and other caregivers and telling my story, it was so healing, because I can go home and I can tell my partners and I can talk to a therapist, but they don't understand in the depths that my nurse friends understand, because they've actually been there. And so really relying on the collectiveness of those who can offer empathy because they've lived it. And really the antidote to shame is empathy. And that in so many ways, we have a stigma around talking about our shame, talking about our grief. And when we open it up and we bring it to light and we say, me too, yes. And we lay hands on each other and we hold each other in those spaces and we listen and we cry tears together. That's the healing collectively that takes place. So moving from this sense of self, me, self-care into self and others, self and collective. We are healers as caregivers. It's what we do. It's what is natural to us. So let's use that for ourselves. Tap into that ability to heal thyself and to heal others. Around the stigma and the shame, I'd like to show you, it's called the stress continuum scale. And it's a scale that they used in combat for soldiers to make sure that they were okay enough to go back and to fight. And so if they were in the red, obviously they could not go in. Then there's injured, reacting, and ready. And when you were in the green, that was the green light to say, okay, you're ready to go back in. And I bring this to you because we use this at my hospital at times to check in. Where are you in this continuum? And it's a flux. It's always changing. And really what this shows is that if you look at the red, there's so much shame and stigma around this. We don't like to talk about if we're taking medication for our mental well-being. If we're experiencing anxiety at high levels, we try to hide it and just keep going. We don't share this. And yet I also want to say on the other end, on the green side, there's also shame around talking about taking care of ourselves and having good boundaries, that in many ways we're shamed on both sides of the spectrum. And that leaves us at a loss. It leads us back to this idea of not telling the truth and not being honest. So I just want to say that the thing that you can do is to consistently tell the truth and to remember to empathize with others who are in these situations and to talk about it. There was nurses during COVID who would tell me, I feel so much shame because I have issues, I have autoimmune diseases, I can't take care of COVID patients. I'm a very high risk. And so they were asked to transfer to other units, and they felt shame around that they weren't putting themselves in harm's way when all their other colleagues were. They were setting really strong boundaries and still feeling shame about that. One way that we decided to destigmify compassion fatigue and burnout was to create an immersive theater performance to take place in the hospital setting. So in 2018, so this is pre-COVID, this is before people were really talking or acknowledging compassion fatigue or burnout, we created a performance that the audience came in. There was 30 guests who came in, were divided into two groups, and they moved through the hospital. They went in all different locations, into the basement. They went into the boiler room, which is I've never been into the boiler room. We had some red tape to get around for that. But we followed this woman and her partner who was dying. And this story was told from the perspective of the nurses and the perspective of the family, the wife, which are usually perspectives that you don't hear from very often, especially in 2018. So I'd like to give you a quick snippet of this video. I hope you enjoy. All right. So this picture is the opening scene of First Do No Harm. And what we did is we took over the main entrance of the hospital and we turned it into an operating room and created this dance, this operating dance. And you can see on the other side of the glass doors is where the audience stood. So it was almost like a Grey's Anatomy effect of looking down into the operating room. And then on the next slide, you'll see the two nurses that greeted them. And so when you come in to the performance, you're greeted by these nurses who are actually performers and dancers. And it's just like signing in for any other experience, except you're in the hospital, signing in to see a dance, to see a performance, and to see acting. And from here, the opening continues. And we create this dance that begins to unravel the systems, the intricacies of the system alongside the holding of the heart of our patients and our patients' family members. So we go through all these movements and dances. And then after that, we we use operating utensils together. After that, we split the groups up and go to two different sections in the hospital, and they experience the performance in different ways. So one group goes to this long hallway. You could see this long hallway with our red shoes, and we do this dance in these windows, while another group is watching a different part of it. And this is where you really actually start to see some of the nurses' grief and fatigue come alive through movement. And then when you go to see the woman, you see her in the room with her husband. And when she's in this space, you start to really get a better understanding of who she is as a person. And it's a woman that many of us can relate to, a woman who is working so hard. And here you have the nurse giving her monologue near the snack machine. And during this time, doctors walk by and they ask her if she could do things for them, and they don't even acknowledge her. And you just see how unappreciated and how uncared for she really feels. And then when you see the woman, you see the wife, you see her face, there was this room full of beds, and we put a red light in it, but it was almost like a graveyard for where all the dead beds in the hospital go. And so this room was just full of white sheets over old hospital beds. And next to her is her husband in a coma. And she starts to talk about what she wishes could have been different, better, or more in her relationship with her husband. And then she starts to self-reflect about ways she could have done things different, about wanting more time, desiring more time. And then you see her chopping her food, just again, bringing this idea of, like I heard some of you say, there's so much that we do at work, and yet at the same time, there's so much to take care of. And as a woman and a mother, I can relate to this idea of taking care of so many and not finding the time to care for myself. And then eventually she turns on the blender and it blows up and it's beet juice. And so it goes everywhere. And then this is a really interesting part where death comes. So if you see death is in this jumpsuit, that's a sequence jumpsuit, and she brings in the patient. And this is the first time we really see the patient active, because he's been in a coma. We used one of the conference rooms in the hospital and sat him down. And then death gives him a monologue and a play-by-play on what's happening to his body as he's dying. She talks about the pathophysiology of what happens when you're having a widowmaker or a heart attack, and lets him know you are dying and this is why. And you see the guests sitting at the table with her, listening and learning about what's happening inside his body. Then you see him grappling with what's to come next. And then the wife gets some more chances to be able to talk and to be able to share and to release her anger that she has towards him, towards what's happening. And then he's grappling again with his death, just heard how he's dying, coming to terms with this. And then you see death getting closer and closer to him in her sequence. And when she comes, she takes a balloon and pops it. And that's when you know that somebody has died. And she's done that multiple times throughout the show at this point. And before we go to the next scene, there's a part where we split apart into different locations. And I bring them up to the infusion center where I was working, and I sit them in chairs, and I cover each guest with a warm blanket, and I just read to them. We turn out the lights, and we lit candles throughout the room. And what we're really doing is we are shifting what it could mean to be in the hospital. What if we thought about caring for people, not just through medicine, but through other alternatives, through the design of the hospital, the way it looks, the way it feels, bringing art, bringing warmth. I read them Where the Wild Things Are. And so reading this children book to the guests who came to the show brought them to tears, because it's been so long for so many of them to have actually been read a book by somebody else, bringing them back to their childhood and getting covered and tucked in. And we have these opportunities in the hospital to do that, to tuck our patients in, to care for them. But because we're tired and exhausted, these are missed opportunities to truly connect with one another. And so on the next slide, you'll see death comes in, and the wife is continuing to talk to the patient, again, almost pleading and begging for more time. And then death comes back, and it's time for him to go. And so she pops the balloon, and his life is over. And then we see this face, and I always am taken back by this photo, because this is the face of grief, of deep, deep grief. And we see the frustrations and the sadness and the disbelief. And as caregivers, this is what we see on a daily basis sometimes. Depending on where you work, you're faced with these emotions. And this is the vicarious trauma that we experience. And so I'm there doing CPR, and she's crying, and there's music playing in the background, and it's a very heavy moment. There's not a dry eye, everybody is crying. And then we bring everybody back and we go to the chapel, and Death gives a monologue. And she talks about the ways that she says, I don't know what happens after me. For me, I'm the end of the road, but maybe there's dancing. And so then we break out into this moment of joy and glory. And we talk about the depths that we're able to feel our grief is the same depths that we're able to feel our joy. And so there's this big ending dance with all the nurses come in, and we dance, and we have the patient actually lip syncing to Justin Bieber. And it's funny, and yet it's also sad. And so we're laughing and we're crying, and we realize that sometimes this joy and the suffering is actually not that separate from each other, that in many times they're interwoven. And then we take the patient out, and we acknowledge each member for being there and joining us. And the thing that really stuck with me with this performance and what people said was, thank you for telling our story as caregivers. Thank you for sharing, because we haven't had the words to talk about what we do. And when we don't give people the words, it's difficult for them to share and to receive comfort and to understand their suffering. So what we did was we put this in real life. We put it in a hospital for them to understand and for them to see what they were actually feeling. So the clinic has multiple offerings, but the biggest offering we have is joy. And I've spent so much time talking about our grief and our suffering today. And the reason why I do that is because we need to know that that's okay to talk about that, but that our pleasure is just as important, and that we need to run to that which brings us joy. So my question for you is, what brings you joy? We're going to get to the what you have lost and what you have gained, but I want us to start thinking about what it is that brings you joy. Is it the laughter? Is it nature? So many things that make us feel cared for also brings us joy, but let's go even deeper. And if you say it's nature, why? Is it the birds chirping? Is it the fresh air on your cheeks? Is it the fact that you can see blue, see a color in the sky? Does that bring you joy? When my mother passed away, like I said, my foundation was totally taken from me. And I knew in that moment that I had to run to what brought me joy. And that's when I went back to get my master's in dance. I knew that I couldn't do what I was doing any longer. I had just cared for her day in and day out for many years, as many of us have cared for our loved ones as they were dying. And that is a sacred gift, to be next to someone in those moments, to be next to someone for years as they do it, but it also is really, really hard. So when she passed, I knew that I had to do the radical act of caring for myself by running to what brought me joy. So what brings you joy, and how can you integrate that into your life? Just as we're integrating our grief, bringing those two together, our pleasure usually is zippered and interwoven with shame because we feel bad for feeling pleasure. We shouldn't be feeling pleasure. We should be doing more. But I want to break that myth that your pleasure is what's going to allow you to care for yourselves, that playfulness, that joyfulness. So what brings you joy? If you can put that in the chat. And now, Roger, I'd like to do something fun if you want to come back on camera. And for those of you who still have paper and pen handy, I would love it. I'm going to bring this back up. And I'm going to do, you might not be able to see this, but I will show you when I'm finished. We're going to do blind contour drawings. So what a blind contour drawing is, it's blinded, so you're not looking at your paper, but you're actually looking at the person you're drawing. So because I can't see you, I cannot draw you, but I know that I can see Roger, and I'm grateful for that. So I'm going to be looking at Roger when I'm drawing his face. You can look at me, you could draw me, or you could draw Roger, or you could put up a mirror and draw yourself, which is also really fun, to draw yourself a self-portrait. So I'm going to grab my pen. I've got my pen. Roger, you have your paper and pen handy?
I have a paper and pen handy.
Okay, great. I appreciate you drawing with me. Sometimes I actually do this with my patients too, and it's really fun. So it's something you can bring back to those that you're caring for. So you have your paper in front of you. You have your pen. You're going to put your paper on the ground. I don't have paper, so I'm going to be using this as my drawing board. Roger has his paper and his pen. You can't look at the piece of paper at all. You can only take your pen and put it on the paper. You can't look at your paper, and you cannot lift your pen off the paper. So it's a little tricky. You're not going to be able to draw an eye and then take it off and then draw an ear. It's all going to be one long drawing, a contour, almost a dance, if you will. Okay, so pen to paper. Look in the mirror or at myself or Roger and begin drawing what you see without looking. It's really hard. Okay. And you can put some accents on it, maybe some hair, shoulders. Okay, Roger, are you finished? Or are you still going?
No, I'm finished. I'm
Okay.
just amazed. Who knows what this is going to look like?
All right, let me see. Can you put yours up?
I can.
See what you drew.
So hypothetically, that's you from the side with your arm going up.
I love that. That's beautiful. Very well done.
Reaching up to paint or draw.
That's incredible. Okay, it might be a little hard for you to see, but this is you. I don't know if you can see it.
You move out from behind it. There you go.
Can you see? You have a lot of eyebrow right here. There's lots of bumps here. They weren't meant to be that way.
All right.
So for those of you watching and joining us in this, for those of you watching and joining us, I would love to see your pictures. And I think we can put my email in the chat, but it's theclinicperformance@gmail.com. If you want to take a picture and send those to me, I'd be really grateful. And now I'd like to bring back
wait a
up.
minute. I'm just since we're kind of just enjoying this on the fly.
Yes.
I'm going to share one that just came from the backstage team, just because this is a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
And
please do.
all right. So here we go.
It's so good. It's so good.
Here you go.
Yes. Amazing.
It looks vaguely human, which is very much unlike mine. So anyway, there you go. Back to you.
So I love these drawings for that reason, because it shows they're imperfect, and yet there's so much beauty inside that imperfection. And it also allows us to create art without any fear, because we already know this isn't going to be great because I'm not even looking at it. So we have low expectations, and it allows us just to draw. And it allows our bodies to be the facilitators versus our eyes and our minds, allowing the body to respond to what we see. Thank you for sharing those, Roger. And I actually really liked your drawing, so thank you. But for those of you at home, to please send those in to me. I would love to see them. This is also something, like I said, I bring to my patients. So when I first meet a patient, I can sit with them and give them a piece of paper and give me a piece of paper. And we formulate this relationship through eye gazing, just looking at each other and drawing each other's faces. And it's really powerful, because if you think about it, how busy we are, that we don't always get this moment of eye contact with one another, of truly connecting with each other. And it's usually about business and other things. So this is like a human heart-to-heart experience that we get to have with each other. And at the end, as we just did, we look at the picture and we laugh, because really it looks so different than what we really are. And yet in some cases, there's an essence of the person that we've captured. There's a beauty inside that which looks strange. So I encourage you to bring these back, and then I usually hang them up in the patient's room. And so every time I walk in, I see that, and it gives me an extra dimension of my patient. It helps me see them more than just a number, more than just a sickness or an illness, but as an actual human being. And it brings so much joy. You get to have a moment of laughter with each other, which is priceless and is very hard to find, especially in the hospital setting. So please, please take that and send it and give it to your patients. Give them that gift. So I would like to just briefly go over some of the offerings that we have at the clinic. And these offerings include the workshops that we do that you saw, where we really hone in and dive into our grief stories and go deeper even than we've done today, and share and role play and move and dance and act. And then we have resiliency moments, where this is a virtual experience where you sign in and there's a hostess that greets you. And again, it's really fun and playful. And you're taken to breakout rooms with one artist and one nurse or healthcare provider at a time. And they give you this gift of artistry, and they involve you and they ask questions, and it's very interactive. And then you go to another artist who's their expertise may be music. Then you'll go to a dancer, and they may have you move, but you're going from all these different creative modalities to be seen and heard and truly cared for in a way that is very rare using the arts. And then, as I've stated before, as an advanced grief recovery specialist, this is a picture of my mother. And this is me caring for others, knowing that when we're grieving, that we really need that support. And this is my way to be able to offer something concrete in the midst of something that seems very overwhelming and very debilitating at times. And then ultimately, we have creative caregivers, which I wish you would all join so I could actually see and meet you. And we meet on a monthly basis, bringing in artists to do creative offerings and experiences, different artists from around the world. And really, our resiliency moments has artists from Lebanon, from Kenya, artists from New York City. It's a really interesting virtual worldwide offering. So now I'd like to share with you a video again of myself experiencing the grief and the joy that can come in caregiving. The moments that sometimes are our deepest, darkest moments have spaces for joy to come and be interwoven into. So I'd like you to watch this video of myself sharing now. I remember when my sister called me and said she wasn't feeling good. I told her to go to the ER because she had a migraine and couldn't stop shaking. And by the time I called to check on her 2 hours later, she couldn't speak and she couldn't move. I immediately got on a plane, and when I got to her bedside, she could barely keep her eyes open. And I just remember seeing the fear in her eyes as her body was slowly shutting down. I moved into her ICU room, and then we moved into her rehabilitation room, and I lived with her for 3 months in this tiny room, and I bathed her, and I fed her, and I spoke for her, and I advocated for her. And during the days, she could not speak, but she would cry and she would wail the loudest cries from the depth of her belly. And I would just hold her. And at night, I would dance around her room to make her laugh. And her laughs would come from the pit of her belly, and they would be so loud. And many times I couldn't tell the difference between her wails and her laughter. And that was some of the most difficult moments of my life and hers. And yet some of the most beautiful. And I realized the depths of our grief, of my grief. The depths I'm able to feel, those wails that she had, is the depth I'm able to feel the joy when I would dance around her room. And that our suffering and our joy many times are intertwined. And they come from the same place, from our souls. So my sister, unfortunately, still is in a coma, and she has woken and is able to respond, but she is still unable to move her hands, and she's unable to participate. She's unable to speak. And so I think back to that time when we were together in her rehabilitation room, when I moved in with her, the times of the laughter and the joy. And it makes me so appreciative for the ways that I can move my body and wanting to be able to offer her that freedom, like I did at night in her room when I would dance and she would laugh. And I want to recognize that when we care for others, especially our family members, there's not always that space for that laughter and for that joy to take place. And so I'm grateful that despite these dire circumstances, my sister was able to laugh and to respond to me in that way. And they gave me an appreciation for my body that I hope we are all receiving today. Appreciation for the fact that we can move and that we can dance. And what a gift that is, to be alive and to be well. And that not everybody has that gift. And to appreciate it when we do. So I want to go back to what you have gained and what you have lost. And I would love to create a dance together with you. So my hopes is that you take this time to stand with me and to learn these movements, and that we do them together in honor of my sister who can't move, and in honor of all those people who may not be here anymore, or other people who cannot move, and say that we know that this is frail. This body, this life, it can be frail. And so let's run into joy. And what brings me the most joy is dancing. So I'm excited to invite you into my joy today and hope that it also brings you joy. So Roger, I'm going to grab my writing utensil so I can write some of these words that you have. What have you gained and what have you lost? And this is more for me to see and less for you, but for me to help create these movements with you. So tell me, what have people gained and lost?
Yeah, Kendall says, I lost time with family that lives out of state,
Time with family. Thank you.
But gained a deeper relationship with God.
Deeper relationship with God. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I gained more family time, says RSBMA.
More family time. Sacred family time. Yep.
Gained forgiveness, lost unforgiveness.
Forgiveness.
Thank you, Cindy. Gained knowledge and computer skills. Lost.
Yep, absolutely.
Lost travel and friends.
Travel and friends. Yeah.
Mary Kay says, and I think this is the gained part, human connection. Lost part.
Lost human connection, yeah.
And time with my cousin this past year, and half that is experiencing Alzheimer's. Guessing maybe you gained time, Mary Kay, with your cousin.
Time with her cousin, yeah.
Katie says, gained time within my own home and with self-awareness.
Yeah. Thank you.
And lost a sense of peacefulness.
Lost peacefulness. All right.
A couple more said, I've gained time at home, lost social interaction and vacation or some kind of variation thereof.
Okay, great. All right, let's start with this. I think this is a good starting place. Whoa. So things that we have gained. I'm going to create the movements for these in a moment. And I want you to learn them with me so that we can do this dance together. So if you're all standing, gain a deeper connection with God. So pushing down, lifting up, and pushing down, a deeper connection, and then reaching up with God. And feel free to change these movements. You may want to acknowledge God in your own heart, if that feels more real to you, or in nature. I appreciate everyone's different beliefs and understandings with this, with God. So a deeper appreciation with God. And lost time with family. So I feel like time is this circle. We lost time with family. So deeper in time. And not only did we lose time, we gained time with family. So it's both. So pushing down, lifting up in a circular motion, gaining and losing time with family. And forgiveness. We gained some forgiveness. I'm just going to grab here, crossing our hearts, making an X for love. So we're pushing down, lifting up, circling, time, forgiveness. And I also want to invite you to create your own movements as well. Down and up, circle, heart, human connection. So let's reach out and out. So pushing deeper connection with God, time, family, forgiveness, and then connection. Gaining knowledge, computers, many other things, new knowledge gained, and a loss of peacefulness. So maybe just a loss of peacefulness. So pushing down and up, circling, forgiveness, connection, knowledge, and peacefulness. And then home. I just want you to take a walk in a circle. Lost sense of home, gained a sense of home, lost familiarity, gained familiarity. So we'll end with this walk around. So we're pushing down, coming up, circling, forgiveness, connection, knowledge, peace, home. Let's do that one more time together, coming up, pushing down and up, circling, forgiveness, knowledge, peacefulness, home. All right, let's try this with music. Roger, if you will turn some music on, I'm going to repeat it, maybe shift it a little bit as we go. Just follow along and try to embody the movements and feel the joy that comes with moving your body.
Music coming up. Let me know when you need anything else.
Deeper sense of calm. let's do it again. Allow this music just to infiltrate and making it a little bigger, a little stronger, a little fuller. Connection. Again. Do it one more time. Even bigger if you can. Deeper connection with God. Time with family. Forgiveness. Connection. Human connection. For sustenance. Forgiveness. For ourselves and others. Knowledge. New knowledge. Home. Peacefulness. Allow those arms to come up. And bringing them down. Open. All right. Thank you for dancing with me. Take a moment to put your hand to your heart, feeling it beating, keeping us alive, keeping us moving, the freedom we have to move our bodies whenever we want. Okay, so I'd love to hear now, what brings you joy? And Roger, if you could just share what people put in the chat, what brings them joy?
Thank you, everybody, for sharing some awesome stuff. Stephanie says, joy is experienced when I spend time with my family, friends, and animals.
Yes. I'm just going to respond to these.
Kimberly, seeing people succeed brings me joy.
I love that so much, Kimberly. That's amazing.
Sue's vote is doing something creative. Doing something where I plan, execute, and enjoy the result rather than react.
Such wise words.
Sue says, I learned how to forgive. Addie says, my faith in Christ and creative projects. How about my dog's wagging tail? From Jewel. Thank you, Jewel.
So good.
Gardening and reading. from Kathy. And I'm going to, just for the sake of time, we got lots of responses here. We will summarize some of these. We've got more than one talking about Jesus. Plenty of them talking about family, especially grandkids. Thank you, Jane. Skating. More than one person says skating. There you go. Comedy. Thank you, Nicole. Practicing yoga, says Abby. Cliff, a man after my heart. Drums, music, friendship.
Thank you all for sharing what brings you joy. And I just want to take this moment to encourage you to run to those things. Run to them. It's what's going to save us. To run to what brings us joy and to let everything else, move it all aside and run to that. Our joy is going to be our lifeline, and to not let shame steal any part of our joy. Rewiring our brains to let us believe that we deserve and we need, and that it is vital to our well-being to experience joy and wonder and laughter and play. And that when we do this for ourselves, we are caring for our patients in the same way, because we are capable people. We're taking care of ourselves to care for others. So my last question to you is, how do you feel right now, and where do you feel it in your body? This seems like we're repeating. It's because we are, because this is how we learn, through repetition. How do you feel right now? Where do you feel it in your body? And as you write that in the chat for me, I'm going to ask that we're going to do this dance one more time. And I'm not going to stay prescripted to these moves, because what I want to do and what I love about dancing is improvising in the moment. And I'm going to ask that you all do the same, so that you join me. And Roger, as these answers come in, that you will play the music and speak over it, the way people are feeling and where they're feeling it in their body, and that we can respond to that together collectively as a group through our dance. And I'm going to invite you to get as big as you can and as wild as you want to get, because we can. And who knows if we'll be able to do this tomorrow or tonight. I remember when I got the call from my sister, and it was from that moment I got the call, 4 hours later, she was in a coma and she's never been the same. She still can't move. Her time to be able to move and dance is not possible, but ours is. So let's utilize it. Let's dance together. So Roger, music one more time, dance, bring all your moves, and I want to hear what you're feeling and where it's in your body.
Restored all over. Restored in the heart. I feel hopeful. Renewed in my chest and breath. I feel relief in my feet and heart. Keep them coming, friends. Thank you. Peaceful in my head and heart, says Mary. Thank you, Mary. Vivian says, I am smiling. Sue says, my heart feels full. P.O. Keaton says, thankful and relief for all my blessings in my body, mind, and soul. My mind is free. Free. Peaceful in my mind. I feel joy in dancing. Truly blessed. Thank you, Cliff, Mary, Darlene, and Cindy, Sue, Addie, and Stephanie, and Jen, and Katie. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, everyone. I really could feel dance that I was dancing with all of you. Just take our hands out. Oh, this time we can feel so far from each other, so far from our tribes, our communities. This has been such a gift to feel as if we were not so far from each other anymore. And one day, I hope I'll be able to feel your hands pressing against mine, taking our hands together and putting it on our hearts again. Oh, feeling that heart beating even faster this time. Thank you, heart, keeping me going, giving me breath, oxygen, lungs. Let's take a moment here just to be together. Our time is almost over. If there's any last questions, comments, or thoughts, this would be the time to put them in the chat.
It went by a while ago, but somebody says, we need to get you to Dallas when COVID lets us. And how did you get permission to do a performance inside the hospital?
First, I would love to go to Dallas. I've been to Dallas and it's incredible. You all are very lucky. And I will have to say, to answer that, it's relationships. It's about making change right where you are. And I had been at my hospital for over 15 years, and I made relationships. I had friends in security, friends in PTOT. I knew everyone. And so I called and leaned into my friends and said, let's do this together. Let's make a performance. And so they showed me spaces I've never seen before in the hospital. And then I was able to come up with this plan and bring it to our CEO and say, I have all my friends on board already, and we all work here. And this is what we would love to do. And he trusted me and said, okay, let's do it. But it's knowing where you're at, knowing what's at your fingertips. That's where you can create the most change, right where you are in whatever situation you're at, and leaning into those friendships and relationships that are already present.
If there are any other questions, now is a good time to share. Got about 90 seconds left.
90 seconds.
More thanks have come in. Tara, peaceful and full in my heart, says Jane. Thank you, Tara. So joyful and freeing. Thank you, Tara, for your wisdom and compassion. My heart is smiling. Thank you, Sharon and Jane and Jill. And maybe
Thank you
just
all. It's been
give.
such a pleasure.
There you go.
Yeah. Thank you, Roger. And I just want to say it's been such a pleasure and an honor to be with you all. Sharon and the Educare team, you are incredible. Thank you for all the hard work, putting this together, bringing this community together so that we could care with one another and for one another. It's a huge gift to all of us. So thank you. And Roger, thank you. And to all of you, oh, I'm so grateful for the work you do, this sacred work to care. But remember this very important understanding of compassion for you and care for you. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Well, before you go, final piece, and I think this sums it up. Stephanie says, you have emotionally, spiritually, and physically moved me. Tara, thank you. And plenty of other thanks coming in. So that is the end. So take one good look. That's the last we're going to see of Tara. So
thank you, my friends.
Thank you all for being here. And as Tara leaves the virtual stage, you and I are off to a break. So look at the clock, and we will get rolling right at the bottom of the hour. And now is a good time to just keep getting your name in the hat for all the goodies that are being given away on the scavenger hunt. Please do drop by and tell our sponsors thank you, because it is Aware and AARP of Dallas-Fort Worth and Revent and Garland and Prism and Highland Springs, Local Cremation and Funerals, Cremation, Area Agency on Aging, CC Young Senior Living, and Pathway Hospice are our scholarship and resiliency sponsors, and plenty more friends of Educare that have made all of this possible. Well, hello and welcome back. I hope you are ready for something a little different that is just as awesome as where we've been and sets up well the awesome rest of the day. It's erroneously cited to Plato sometimes, but you've heard the quote, music gives a soul to the universe and wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything. And that's what I want you to be prepared to experience right now. In fact, I'm going to invite you to sit back. Maybe if you've got earpods or AirPods or earbuds or something like that, or turn up the volume just a little bit, we're just going to take you on a little journey, or more accurately, Sapphire Boucher-Leon is going to take you on a little journey. Sapphire is a first-degree black belt NIA instructor who's been passionately practicing NIA for over 26 years, but more than that, he's also a professional performer and musician who's been featured on more than 46 CDs, including names you know, Sheryl Crow and Crash Test Dummies and Bare Naked Ladies. But he also is a dancer. He co-founded 2 experimental dance companies in the late 80s and has performed with Danielle Hellender Dance Company and Emergence Dance Theater. So he's taught NIA, he's taught drumming and dance into being workshops throughout US, Europe, Mexico, and Bali for the last 17 years. And his greatest joy is what he's going to bring to you right now, helping to embody the world one community at a time. And oh, by the way, happens to also be a children's author. And I will drop a link to his book and his new CD into the chat so that you can follow up on that. But with that, I invite you just to sit back and enjoy this right here. Here we go. All right. I can tell by the comments in the chat that was enjoyable. So I'm going to have Sapphire turn on his camera, and we've got just a couple minutes here before we get to the, and then we're going to roll right into Dr. Casanova's presentation. But hey, everybody, say hello to Sapphire Boucher-Leon. Sapphire, thanks for being here, man. It's I really appreciate you taking a little bit of time. And since I'm not sure if you're looking at the comments, I'll just say, Cliff says, feels like I'm in the Caribbean and just relaxing, nice. And Carla says, yeah, in a hammock with a warm breeze is my utopia. And somebody says, yeah, the puppy fell asleep and paradise. And hey, several comments about of course, the unique nature of that instrument. So by the way, if you've got a question, you got a couple minutes, this is your time to ask a question of Sapphire. Tell us just a little bit about the handpan and maybe, differentiate that with other types of drums that are similar or percussive instruments. Tell us, how'd you get into that?
How did I get into handpan? That's actually kind of an involved story, but the short version is a friend said, hey, I just got one of these on, what was it? I just got one of these and there's another one that you can bid on. And if you want to do it, go for it. I bid on it. I actually did not win it. And then a few minutes later, I learned over the course of the day how to bid better. And then I won it the next time one was available. And it's just kind of been a long, beautiful, involved journey of learning to play them. They are the handpan, what they're called, originally came from Switzerland, from a couple in Switzerland about 25, 30 years ago. And they were the original ones. That's when people say a hong drum, this is actually what they're referring to. But the hong drum was actually the original drum. Handpans are all the versions that have come since then. There are some that are really inexpensive, there are some that are really expensive, and there are a number of reputable makers around the world at this point that you can purchase them through. So, I mean, that's a very expanded conversation. I think I covered it in as short a time as I could.
Yeah, no, well, it's not your first rodeo, and this is good stuff. Several people said I did yoga, I laid on the floor.
So
is it Ilya? Ilya, I'm not sure if I got your name right, but asks if can we buy the music. So I just dropped that into chat again. That and you've got a new children's book out.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's been out for a couple of years now, but COVID, we kind of all lost a year. Called The Groove Goblin. And it's a book that I wrote part when I was teaching at a children's camp in Singapore, and the other part when I was here back in Portland, Oregon. And it's one of the few books that has a character of color on the cover. I mean, it's not so rare now, but when I was a preschool teacher, it was quite rare. Right. And it's the only one I've ever seen of the main character playing a handpan on the cover. So both of those are there. So it's called The Groove Goblin by Sapphire Boucher-Leon. And I really love it. I'm actually looking to get it done into either an animated series or animated movie.
Nice.
The message of it is as good as any message out there.
Well, like I said, I dropped the name of the book and, of course, where you can find his latest CD on iTunes or CD Baby, etc. Question, Anima, I hope I got your name right, said, why didn't you beat on all the pans?
I did. I played each one of them in turn.
Okay.
As far
got
as
it.
why I didn't all at the same time, they're in different keys and like that.
Sue says, are you familiar with Music Together Portland? My sister's one of the leaders.
I am not familiar with that.
I'm not either, but I've been out of the music scene in the Portland area for a long time.
Music Together Portland. Okay. Sounds
okay,
like
there you go.
There you go.
Yeah. Several decades and pounds ago, I had hair down to my yin yang and played in the Portland scene too. So, well, preschool music program. There you go. Thank you, Sue, for clearing that up. Well, we're down to about 90 seconds. So let me give that last little bit to Sapphire. Sapphire, any closing comments?
Oh, you know what? It is such an honor and a pleasure. First off, I'm so happy to be here and part of this, and really honored to be asked and to get to work with all the amazing people and you, Roger, and just, all the amazing service that this is to the world and to the community. And it is such a pleasure, and I'm always available to play and bring my version of magic to things like this, to uplift, to nurture, to sonically heal, to whatever terms you want to use. It is it's a big part of what I do in the world.
Yeah.
And in this particular version, I do it through music. Other times I do it through the voice, or I do it through movement, but it's all sama, like it's all about coming together and healing and making the world a better place.
That it is, my friend. And this is a community that loves your healing craft. In fact, we have another NIA expert here today who did a dance an educational piece for us, Julia Geary, who's been here more than once.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So this team loves that. So with that, my friends, bid adieu to our friend Sapphire and thank him again for spending just a little bit of his precious afternoon with us today. And with that, Sapphire, best to you. And as Sapphire exits the stage, what I'm going to do here is give you the introduction for our final educator for the day. And I'm going to use that term like big E and with I don't even know how to say it. Every once in a while, somebody has done such awesome stuff that their curriculum vitae starts to, get into that, into that length where you just go, wow, this is just pure awesome, which means that you here for your final session of the day, should grab a pen and a paper or however it is that you take notes, because this is going to be some good stuff. So we have with us for our final session today, Dr. Mark Casanova, who completed board certification in both internal medicine and palliative medicine. Now, let me give you just a little context, because I think this really is useful, particularly because this shows Educare's commitment to education and caring for you mind, body, and soul. So Dr. Casanova's been involved with clinical ethics consultation at Baylor University Medical Center, BUMC, since 2003, and in 2004 established a team that established the BUMC Palliative Care Consultation Service, which won an award in 2007 from American Hospital Association, which was their Circle of Life Citation of Honor. 2011 took over responsibility as the chairman of the Supportive and Palliative Care and the Institutional Ethics Committee at BUMC. And that became the first palliative care program in Texas and one of the first 10 in the country to become Joint Commission certified. He continues to maintain a component of his general internal medicine practice. He is a frequent lecturer on issues related to clinical ethics and palliative medicine, and has lobbied the Texas State Legislature on similar topics on behalf of the field, both of the field of medicine and patients. Enjoys involvement with organized medicine, including being the 2020 president of the Dallas County Medical Society, as well as serving on multiple councils and committees for the Texas Medical Association. Most recently, during the pandemic, served on a variety of advisory committees, including the Dallas County level, up to the state level, serving on the TMA COVID-19 task force. Would you please welcome to the virtual stage, Mr. Dr. Mark Casanova. Mark, thank you for being here. I'm really excited for what you're bringing to the table. I'll let you fire up your PowerPoint and get rid of this, and we'll hang out as long as you want to take Q&A.
Sounds great. Let me get this up and running here, and we'll get into display mode. Apologize about that. So I'm Mark Casanova. Thanks for having me and allowing me to join you this afternoon. And I know it's been a great series of discussions and exploration up to this point. And what I wanted to share with you, in segueing off of our last presenter, is a notion of moral injury, compassion, fatigue, and resilience. And it's the resilience piece that I really strongly suspect you've gleaned from so many of the other speakers, but really take a deeper dive into what this all has looked like in the last year, 2020, during the pandemic. I have no financial relationships to disclose. The medical industrial complex and pharma does not chase down palliative care docs or ethicists in general. Why this topic? Well, first and foremost, because the organizers reached out to me and said, Mark, would you be willing to present? And I said, of course I would. But these were just some quotes and some experiences and just a glimpse of what resonated with me over the last 13 months caring for patients in COVID-19 and heading up our county medical society, which encompasses 9,000 practicing physicians in Dallas County. The first was one I won't forget, a gentleman relaying to me on the phone that you're not going to keep me from her, and he was referring to his wife who was succumbing from cancer, but at that time was still being cleared of COVID and in our COVID ICU. I didn't get a chance to say goodbye. He went to the hospital and I just never saw him again. And now here I am in the same hospital alone. Will my family get to say goodbye? This was a patient of mine who I was seeing in consultation, who's had lost her husband to a heart attack, all in the realm of COVID. And here she was, again, facing her own mortality and acknowledging that she may not be able to see her own adult children. And the last is really a sentiment that I've heard innumerable times over the last year from my colleagues in the trenches, in our ICU, in our ERs, in our hospital and physicians' offices. They just keep coming, and I just don't know how we're expected to keep doing the impossible. Why can't folks understand? And it was really, I think, a cry of help from healthcare team members and physicians who realized that our backs were against the wall and we were losing a number of patients to a much greater extent and a much greater speed than we were typically accustomed to. In our time together, I want to review the existing literature about this issue of moral distress and injury and compassion fatigue, both pre-pandemic and how the pandemic has amplified it, and discuss the relationship between compassion fatigue and cross-professional burnout. I'll say at this juncture that I'm well aware that we have a multidisciplinary group of individuals joining us today, and even some individuals who are not directly in healthcare, but providing care to loved ones. So I want to ensure that our discussion encompasses all of that and all of those various aspects in our time together. Again, I already mentioned the amplification and the intensification of moral distress and moral injury during the pandemic, and explore the upside of resiliency. And to be truthful and honest, I think this upside of resiliency and looking to how we move forward in healthcare, in organized medicine, was really touched on by so many of these speakers that preceded me today, and their techniques and their knowledge base and what they've shared with their perspective. I'm going to start off with some acknowledgements and definitions. Again, as I've mentioned, we have multiple attendees today. So happy again for so many of you joining us. We have nurses, physicians, social workers, other individuals who are in the healthcare community, but also individuals who care for their loved ones, their own care providers, if you will. So I want to emphasize that when I talk about medicine, I really want to infer that I'm talking about the global field of healthcare, the global field of medicine, and not relegated to physicians. I'll share some historical perspectives which do have relevancy in light of the fact that many of our principles in medicine are historically based and historically based at a time when there were only physicians, but we've come a long way. So again, just to sort of level set in a couple of definitions, some of which may have already been shared with you or variants of them shared with you so far. Compassion fatigue, also known as secondhand shock. And sometimes we don't really think of it that way. We don't think of it with that intensity of words. It actually came out of battlefield historical references as well as moral injury. Its secondary stress reaction describes a type of stress that results from helping or wanting to help those who are traumatized or under significant emotional duress. A state of physical and mental exhaustion caused by a depleted ability to cope with one's everyday environment. What I oftentimes refer to as being soul fatigued. It's a deeper level of being tired. It's tired down to our bones. Moral injury, again, coming from a historical perspective, first in the battlefield, and then over time applied to the field of medicine most commonly. Truth is moral injury can occur in almost any setting. Specific to healthcare, it occurs when clinicians are repeatedly expected in the course of providing care to make choices that transgress their own longstanding, deeply held commitment to healing. Now, what we're going to come to in a little bit is exploring what exactly is our deeply held commitment to healing and the avoidance of suffering, because we need to understand that, and the community at large needs to understand that. They have a sense of exactly where we're coming from when we say that there is great moral injury at play every day in the medical industrial complex, but most certainly during a time of pandemic. What many contend is the upside, if you will, of looking at this notion of moral injury is that it reframes the challenge of distress from this notion of burnout, which we'll discuss next, which does suggest a lack of resilience on the part of the clinician, to one that more accurately locates a source of distress in the conflict-ridden healthcare system. So again, that moral injury arises when there is a moral dilemma that the physician, nurse, social worker, loved one of the patient is unable to resolve. Burnout is a syndrome conceptualized as resulting from chronic workplace stress. So again, burnout is not relegated just to medicine. And it's stress that has not been successfully managed. I italicize that because I think that's one of a growing body of research, and looking into this should not be presented as the fault of the individual. So hence looking at why is burnout occurring? Is it stemming from moral injury? And that should be our focus, not presenting this as, well, if you were stronger, if you had more resilience, you wouldn't burn out. It is characterized by three dimensions: feelings of energy depletion or exhaustion. So again, that soul fatigue, increased mental distance from one's job, or feelings of negativism or cynicism, frankly, just not caring. And then lastly, and this gets risky in terms of healthcare outcomes and adverse events, this notion of reduced professional efficacy. Now, that doesn't always translate into just running slower. It could translate into making clinical mistakes. When we talk about all of these, depression is a clinical diagnosis that can live completely separate from the notion of moral injury or burnout. In other words, we can be depressed and be functioning fine in terms of burnout, or we could be severely burnt out, experiencing severe moral injury, but not be clinically depressed. So again, just for clarity, it's a constant feeling of sadness and loss of interest, which stops you from doing normal activities. So loss of enjoyment, loss of engagement into things that one would normally enjoy. There's certainly a lot of variation with depression, and doesn't tend to arise from a single event, but typically a mixture of stressful events and factors. Demoralization, again, something that on the surface is often thought to be depression, sounds like, quacks like, walks like, but it's actually its own separate entity that can overlap with depression, but can also live independently. And it's simply a loss of confidence, enthusiasm, and hope. And that hope is the really key piece. Folks who become demoralized have a hard time envisioning positivity about the future or worth in investing into the future or efforts. And lastly, existential distress, which is something that I, as a palliative care physician and wearing my clinical ethics hat, do see quite a bit, frankly, on a daily basis. It's a psychological turmoil that individuals may experience in the face of imminent death, which threatens individuals on a physical, personal, relational, or spiritual level, and or religious level. And I think it's that tie into that spiritual aspect which makes existential distress so much more significant, and can be experienced not just by the individual facing their own mortality, but their loved ones who are facing the loss of their loved one. So we want to kind of just acknowledge that these concepts that we're going to discuss today are not linear. So if we think about Dr. Kubler-Ross's stages of grief, anger, denial, bargaining, acceptance, those are not linear either. Folks bounce around, and individuals can be burned out alone, can be morally injured without burnout. Each one of us can experience any of these and multiple ones at the same time. How we effectively address them, understand them, and to the extent that we can mitigate them must also be nonlinear. So we need to be agile in our approach. And I personally believe that healthcare would be ultimately best served by proactively opening the doors to our soul, sharing with others in a clear way what makes us tick and what makes us distressed. So a little bit about that, opening up that conversation. The historical perspective as it informs us of the goals of medicine was provided to us by Hippocrates when he wrote in the Science of Medicine that the classic goals of medicine were the complete removal of the distress of the sick, the alleviation of the more violent diseases, and the refusal to undertake to cure cases in which disease already won mastery, knowing that everything is not possible to medicine. Now, a few caveats about Hippocrates and his proclamations at this time. The truth is, Hippocrates is what we would call a great prognosticator or diagnostician. He could tell folks what was wrong with them, generally speaking, and what was likely to unfold. But he didn't have very many therapeutics. He didn't really have many tools in his tool bag to make the person better. So we do have to acknowledge that the waters have become quite muddy in a physician or a healthcare provider determining, is my loved one overmastered by their illness? Secondly, at the time of Hippocrates, as I alluded to before, there were only physicians with very limited tools. So when I read his guidance to medicine, I don't read this as guidance to physicians. I read this as guidance to nurses, to APPs, to social workers, to the entire healthcare team, chaplains and the like. Now, to build off that and those derivative values, I have a hard time delivering a lecture if I'm wearing an ethics hat and not talk a little bit about medical ethics, just so folks understand where are we coming from. Medical ethics simply is the discipline that deals with what we believe in medicine to be good or bad, right or wrong about the ends of medicine, and the means used to achieve those ends. So to paraphrase it, it's not always about what we can do, but what we should do. A subset of medical ethics is something we refer to as clinical ethics. This is basically where the rubber meets the road and how we apply medical ethics to the bedside. And in doing so, it emphasizes the relevant clinical facts of the individual. So we have to tailor our assessment to that particular patient we're assessing or rendering an opinion on. It also incorporates other factors, including but not limited to those core principles that I'll speak to: legal statutes, faith, culture, religion of the patient, and the like. So it really kind of blends and marries these all together into relevant, real-world, practical advice and counsel to the patient, their family, and their care team. So to briefly talk about some of the core ethical principles, they're in essence our trumpet call. They're what gets us up in the morning and raring and ready to go. They have their basis in philosophy, religion, as well as some that are secular based. The first is autonomy, which is very uniquely secular, and in such fairly unique to Western medical ethics, though much of the world is catching up with this notion of autonomy. It places the emphasis on the individual and their self-governance. So it gives rise to the notion of ensuring that our patient, our loved one, is fully informed to the best of our ability of their diagnosis, their treatment plan, what their alternatives are, what their options are. Thanks, but no thanks, or please proceed with this intervention. Those are derivative values called positive rights and negative rights. Beneficence, simply to do good to, for, or by another individual. Oftentimes there's that notion of first do no harm. Well, to be clear, and that comes next, the first proclamation was to do good, to uphold beneficence. Then came non-maleficence, which is the avoidance of harm to, for, or by another individual. And those two are intimately entwined. Sometimes we do need to do a little harm to get ultimate beneficence. A good example is, for example, a heart surgery, doing a bypass. It's going to hurt. That person's going to be in an ICU for several days, but their ultimate recovery far outweighs that temporary harm or hurt we caused them by the surgery itself. There's fidelity, and fidelity unique to medicine is the covenant of trust between the healthcare provider, whether it's the physician, the bedside nurse, the social worker, and the individual patient. It also, by extension, in my field in palliative care, also extends to the family unit. It's a two-way street of commitment to each other. That's subtly juxtaposed, not entirely, to the notion of societal justice or distributive justice, which really emphasizes the needs of the health of the community at large. So something that was forefront through our preceding journey in the last year as we've looked at trying to tackle and manage COVID-19. So before we explore the impact of COVID-19, let's explore our starting point, where we were even before the proverbial poop hit the fan. While there are a myriad of pressure points in the delivery of care, probably the most intense situations are those that involve end-of-life scenarios, in part because of the associated grief and the intensity of it that both the patient and the family are facing, but also because of that existential distress component. And in some instances, what unfolds is the moral injury or moral distress. So let's look a little bit about available data when it comes to treatment desires at end of life. Now, it goes without saying, no one wants to die, but the last time I checked, mortality still holds 100% penetrance on every single individual. Christakis and Steinhauser, and by the way, you'll have all the references to these slides at the end, and I'll certainly share the slides with y'all. They queried healthy individuals, just like many of us who are gathered today, and they gave them, asked them a series of questions. Again, these were healthy individuals who were not facing their own imminent mortality. And what they gathered from individuals was that 40% of individuals feared too little treatment, while 45% feared too much. So a fairly even split. 86% of individuals prefer to spend their last days at home, despite the fact that 80% of our loved ones, and this is a little bit dated data, but this still holds true to this day, that about 80% of individuals eventually die in a hospital or nursing home. Now, for some of those situations, it does involve the level of care that they require. But for many, we simply lose that opportunity or never acknowledged it or explored it in the first place. Then they asked these group of respondents a couple of questions. They said, we're going to give you a hypothetical situation. The bad news is you are going to die and you're on a breathing machine. But the good news is we can give you one more week of life if you stay on the breathing machine. And 87% of respondents said thanks, but no thanks. Remember, this is hypothetical for otherwise healthy individuals. They then sweetened the deal and they said, well, how about this? Will it give you one more month of life, but you'll still have to be on a breathing machine throughout that duration? And a full 77% of individuals said, again, thanks, but no thanks. Now, another very famous study that Christakis and Steinhauser did was to really move away from healthy individuals and asking them hypothetical questions to actually asking individuals who were themselves facing end-of-life situations. And they interviewed 340 individuals with a wide variety of advanced illness, whether it be cancer, heart disease, HIV/AIDS, kidney failure, and the like. And they asked them to rank 44 attributes of quality care near the end of life. And the one that ranked number one, and it actually ranks number one throughout all studies, was freedom from pain, juxtaposed with freedom from suffering. The second was peace with God, and that would transcend many faith backgrounds of the respondents. And then the other top preferences that were listed in this study, but would jockey for third, fourth, or fifth position in other studies, included things like presence of family, maintaining mental awareness, having my treatment choices followed, being able to die at home if possible, feeling like my life was meaningful in resolving family conflicts. Now, what you don't see on this list is being in an ICU, hooked up to machines, so on and so forth. But we'll explain why that happens. And part of it is this study that was done looking at stress in end-of-life decisions. And what these researchers did out of Ohio was interview very gracious family members who were sitting in ICU waiting rooms. Why were they sitting in those ICU waiting rooms? Well, their loved one was sick and quite sick in the ICU. These were not situations where we decided, listen, we just want to be super duper diligent and watch your father in the ICU after taking out his gallbladder, but everything's fine. No, these were situations where there were already active discussions and explorations in the works about the potential need for deciding on withdrawal of life support, withdrawal of life-sustaining therapies. And what we found was the families that responded, listen, we simply can't tell you what our loved one would have wanted. It's unknown what their desires were, had the highest stress score, 31.5. By the way, the scale of this stress test, if you will, this survey only went up to 40. So pretty intense. Those family members who said, well, we actually do know because our loved one shared it with us. We talk about it every Thanksgiving. Stress scores went down to 28.7. And then those that were able to say, well, we actually have our loved one's written direction to us in an advanced directive or living will, stress scores went down a full 10 points, 21.3, acknowledging these are still highly stressful situations. And having been on both sides of this counseling couch, I can certainly attest to that. As in all studies, we have a study group and a control group. So if you lump everybody together on the left-hand side, their average stress score came out to 27.5. And you look over at this bar on the far right, referred to as comparison families with a stress score of 14.3, which in essence is about half the stress. And the first question you would ask yourself, who are they? That is a much lower stress score. That must have been a much lower stress situation. And it turns out these comparison families were the group of families that helped to solidify this survey as a valid screening tool. And they were families who lost their homes in the Berkeley-Oakland firestorm all the way back in 1991, when firestorms were rare. Of course, now they occur way too often. So I don't know about you, but I watched those news stories and the person is standing there with a slab of concrete where their house once stood. And that seems pretty darn stressful to me. But what the researchers in Ohio showed us is that still pales in comparison. And what happens when individuals, family members, loved ones are in essence in the dark about what their loved one's desires are, the tendency is to pursue more aggressive therapies. And we looked at that with myself and some of my nursing colleagues. Back in the summer of 2013, we published this research study that was actually the first of its kind. Back in the mid 2000s and the early 2010s, there was a great degree of emphasis and research into nursing moral distress for a variety of reasons. They are much more hands-on than us physicians who come into the room, visit with our patient, and depart. It's that nurse who's at that bedside for the subsequent 12 hours of his or her shift. So we want to look at the intensity and frequency of moral distress among different healthcare disciplines. So we queried at that time the members of our Baylor healthcare system. That was 2,700 participants who partook in this. We subsequently have merged with another sister organization, so we're now the Baylor Scotland-wide healthcare system. We evaluated moral distress along the continuum of care of physicians, nurses, chaplains, social workers, therapists, pharmacists, and even residents in training. And these were the questions that were asked of all professionals. I'll just read a few. I follow the patient's wishes for treatment, even when I do not think is the right thing to do. Similarly, I follow the family's wishes for patient treatment when I do not think it is the right thing to do. For our social workers, I participate in discharge of patients who I do not believe are medically ready for discharge. And the questions go on. These are some of the questions that were calibrated specifically for our physicians. I start or maintain life-sustaining treatment at patient request, even when I do not believe it is in the best interest of the patient, and the corollary question based on the family request. I start or maintain based on fear of lawsuit. I order or place feeding tubes in terminally irreversibly ill patients that I believe will only prolong dying. And the list goes on. Here are some of the sample questions for both our nurses and other therapists. I carry out work assignments which I do not feel adequately trained. I work with levels of staffing which I would consider to be unsafe. I observe without taking action when patients have poorly treated pain. What we were trying to tease out are, what are those pressure points? What are those moral distress, moral injury aspects in the continuum of care? You can see some of the specific social work and chaplain questions. I follow physician orders not to disclose information to patients even when I believe the patient is competent. I observe without taking action when healthcare personnel are not respectful of a patient's culture or religious faith. The results that we found were that overall, and this was supported by a myriad of preceding studies, were that nurses have a highest overall moral distress based on the combination of both the frequency and the intensity. But physicians had higher overall situational intensity of moral distress. So given the individual clinical scenarios we posed, physicians scored higher in intensity, but experienced less frequency, whereas our nurses on their daily care of their patients created or experienced more frequency, therefore giving them a higher overall moral distress score. Physicians ranked their greatest source as having to follow families' wishes for patients' treatments when the physician did not think it was the right thing to do based on a constellation of factors. So in other words, not the struggle of following the patient's direct orders, but following the family's direct requests. And the ration or the subtlety behind the notes or the title of these slides is that you're going to see that the distress in essence rolled downhill through the continuum of care, because the next level of stress were our nurses and our residents who rated their greatest source as participating in starting or maintaining life-sustaining treatment when I do not think it is right. In other words, physically carrying out our orders for them. Social workers and chaplains stress came further downstream in the continuum of care and surfaced when they participated in the discharge of patients who they did not believe were medically ready for discharge. And I can tell you that all of these aspects were seen on a daily basis throughout the last year of COVID. The question I raised as I was with my mom on her deathbed is, what about the families? Because we studied healthcare professionals. I really think if we study families, we would see similar results to nurses in that they likely experience, in my experience, I believe they experience distress throughout the continuum, the distress of advocacy, the distress of seeing their loved ones suffer, the distress of realizing that unfortunately the industrial healthcare complex doesn't always have the best discharge plans. It's something that I do think warrants further research. So if we acknowledge that those are some of the challenges, what are the gold standards for end-of-life care? It was really interesting. This study came out just this last year in the British Geriatric Society, where they looked at the components of what they defined as a good death. And what they said, and these were components from the perspective of the patient themselves, to know that death is coming, to be able to retain control, to be afforded dignity and privacy, to have control over pain relief and other symptoms, to have choice and control over where it occurs, Remember, we say, unfortunately, 80% of the time, it doesn't occur where individuals say they would like it to occur. To have access to spiritual and emotional support, to have access to hospice, not only hospice care, to have control over who is present and who shares the inn, to be able to issue advance directive, to have time to say goodbye, and to be able to leave when it is time to go and not have life pointlessly prolonged. So what mechanisms do we have in place to foster that good death in Western medicine? Well, first of all, we have my field, palliative care. It's palliative, palliative, tomato, tomato. You could say it either way. We see it as an important part of serious illness care. It's not just for individuals who are at the end of life. They need not be terminally ill. They simply have to have something that is affecting the quality of their life and, to a certain degree, their life expectancy, but by no means, again, measurable or intimate. It can be offered in light of that simultaneously with all other appropriate treatments at any age and any stage, but may replace some of those treatments over the course of illness. It's important to remember that palliative care, capital P, is not hospice, although all hospice is palliative in its focus, which simply is a word that pertains to alleviation, specifically alleviation of pain or suffering. How about hospice? Well, hospice, it's important to understand, is actually a philosophy of care. It's a provision of care to patients and families with the goal of optimizing quality of life and alleviation of whole person suffering. Again, as it's been alluded to through the day, this notion of whole person support, mind, body, spirit, acknowledging that death will come as a result of their underlying condition. It's oftentimes regrettably confused with doing nothing, stopping, quitting, or giving up treatments. And part of that is because of the reality of financial constraints placed on what I refer to as American hospice. So hospice in America, in the States, looks fundamentally different than you would see hospice in England or Europe or the United Kingdom, where hospice was born. Medicare hospice eligibility is limited to beneficiaries who have a life expectancy of less than 6 months if, key phrase, disease runs its natural course. As is oftentimes the case, as goes Medicare, goes private insurance. So really, that's the paradigm of the approach of hospice care in the United States, though it is morphing and evolving. It's important to understand that this hospice benefit does not ask me as a physician to be omnipotent and to somehow know that my patient, my loved one, only has 6 months to live. What it's really asking me is, would I be surprised if my patient were to pass away within 6 months if their underlying disease runs its natural course? If the answer is no, they're a potential candidate for hospice. And this sort of just puts it in pictorial form, the palliative care paradigm, where ideally after birth and throughout much of life, we're focused on preventative care. This should really encompass a huge block that would go way off the screen. Eventually, an individual acquires or is diagnosed with an acute or chronic medical events. Historically, as they approached death, hospice was incorporated at some time frame prior to death. But with the evolution of palliative care, what we look to do is first involve primary palliative care now. Primary palliative care is what we hope all physicians and nurse practitioners and PAs are able to accomplish: effective communication, standard simple symptom management techniques. But as disease progresses and as curative or life-sustaining therapies begin to dwindle in their availability, then comes in secondary palliative care, which is the field itself, with ideally a greater support of hospice, timed appropriately, and then also the key factor for the families who are left behind, bereavement support. So what is palliative care's secret sauce? It's advanced care planning. And, we joke, the surgeons have their scalpels in their operating rooms, and we palliative care docs have our chairs, and we pull them up to the bedside. And what advanced care planning entails is a process of directing treatment at a time in the future when one can no longer make their own preferences known. Remember that very first study I showed you. It's exploring with folks when they are of sound mind, sound body, not distressed, not under duress, and not in 10 out of 10 pain in a hospital room. It's ideally initiated again early, making it a preventative care intervention. It involves a dialogue between not just the patient and the physician, but the family. That's so key, called the palliative triad. It can include documents, and every state has their own forms, but living wills or medical power of attorney, as well as other documents, pulsed most forms, and out of hospital DNR forms. Does it really make a difference? In fact, it does. When cancer patients, for example, engage with physicians in advanced care planning, the reason I underline physicians is any physician. It doesn't have to be their oncologist. It could be their primary care doc. It could even be a resident just asking the questions. They're 3 times less likely to enter that ICU, 7 times less likely to have mechanical intubation, which is a breathing machine, 8 times less likely to undergo CPR at the time of death, with no difference in mortality. And that's what's key. There are some who believe, well, if you talk about these things, you're going to make them come about. And that simply hasn't been borne out in the literature. When nursing home patients engage in advanced care planning, we found, again, less frequent hospitalizations, but improved patient family satisfaction, once again, with unchanged mortality rates. How about the impact of having these discussions? And I certainly had these discussions with my mom because she was just so simply proactive about it. Families of patients with advanced care planning had significantly less stress and anxiety and depression, as we saw in that Ohio study in those ICU waiting rooms. But they also expressed satisfaction, higher satisfaction. And we know, again, in that same Ohio study, the absence of advanced care planning, families demand more futile treatments. Where was our state, at least back in 2008, when Highland and Mack looked at it? Well, it was ill, our state of conversations. It was infrequent, late, and limited. Less than a third of patients with end-stage disease reported discussing end-of-life preferences with their clinicians. Yet over half said, I sure would like to. They occurred late. The first end-of-life discussion occurred about 33 days prior to death, with over half of these occurring in a hospital setting. And they were limited. They oftentimes failed to address key elements of quality discussions. What really was driving the person? Who were they? Who are they? What were their fears, their hopes, their desires? Which again led to non-beneficial treatment, increased suffering, and increased cost. So, as many of us learned in March of 2020, nothing like a good pandemic to unveil our systemic weaknesses and flaws. And I want to touch on some of these unique care planning challenges related to COVID-19. What I just shared with you was the ideal world and where we were in 2019. And let's remind ourselves of what our British colleagues were defined as a good death. Number one, to know death is coming. Remember, I mentioned that patients and their physicians hadn't had some of these conversations only 33 days prior to death. To have choice and control over where it occurs, to have control over who is present and who shares the end, to be able to issue advanced directives. All of these are very difficult to do in the settings where we had a viral illness, a pandemic, that could take people down in a number of days. And these weren't chronic illnesses where they may have had ongoing conversations with their physician over months, over years in some instances. These where you were feeling a little cruddy on Monday, you were in the hospital on Friday, and you were in the ICU by Tuesday. So optimal advanced care planning versus the current COVID-19 reality. Optimally, again, ideally initiated when one is of sound mind, a preventative care measure, a dialogue with family and providers at palliative triad, symptoms acceptably managed so that a person can think clearly. They're not in the midst and racked with pain or nausea or shortness of breath. And again, most effective when engaged in person together and all parties seated. Sort of, if you can't be around the kitchen table, at least around at the bedside. Well, what about COVID-19 and how did that change the dynamic? Well, COVID-19 patients who are sick enough to be in the hospital, even to this day, are oftentimes quite distant, just a fancy word of saying extremely short of breath. So having meaningful discussions, more than yeses and nos or nods and shakes are very difficult. Oftentimes we're missing that family piece, that palliative triad, if engaged in a hospital or facility setting, simply related to visitation restrictions. Though by the time that I'm delivering this lecture to you today on April 23rd, many of these visitation restrictions are at least loosening to an extent. Severe dyspnea, in my experience, will oftentimes lead individuals to accept anything that can help them breathe. Just imagine feeling as though you're suffocating, and in some instances you are, in essence. And I, as a doctor, walk in your room and ask you, do you want me to help you breathe? Your first logical answer should be, yes, please. Now, what I may not have the time to do is to delineate the fact that helping you breathe means putting you on a breathing machine and all that comes with that. We simply lack that time to explore it. Again, very different than normal situations. And again, in many of these current scenarios, advanced care planning conversations are taking place virtually at best. Let's move to the separation, because I already mentioned, number one, having a conversation without that family support, friend support, significant other support is challenging. But there are their own unique challenges with separation. And please excuse me. Again, going back to those attributes of the good death, the British Geriatric Society said to have control over who is present and who shares the end. So what a couple of clinical ethicists like myself did was engage in a conversation in one of our journals of, is it for your own good versus is it for others' good? And who defines that? And the clinical scenario was a 65-year-old gentleman with asthma and well-controlled, admitted to the ICU, regrettably with severe COVID. He was intubated on day 21 of the hospitalization. There was really the feeling on the treatment team that we were at that juncture. We needed to decide, are we going to place a tracheostomy and pursue long-term breathing machine and God willing, weaning with improvement ultimately, or were we going to consider comfort measures at this point? And the patient himself, like many of our patients, is able to variably interact. Just because you're on the breathing machine doesn't mean you can't give us thumbs up, thumbs down, maybe sometimes right, but it can be difficult. And under normal circumstances, who would we have at the bedside? We would have his spouse. So the question becomes, should the spouse be allowed to visit? And what one of my colleagues, John Mulder, pointed out is that there's simply no substitution for physical presence and the power of existential connection, that connection that we spoke about in existential distress. So when you lack that ability, that leaves the individual in existential distress and then causes its own downstream subsequent existential distress on the treatment team themselves as they attempt to fill the void, as they attempt to be that link. It cannot be replicated by telephones or teleconferencing. The ability to interact with her husband and experience his level of comfort or suffering will assist him in validating values and negotiating the plan forward. That was so key. I can't emphasize a number of times that we did our darndest to, at bare minimum, allow the family member to visualize their loved one, even if it was through the window, because they needed to see their loved one. They needed that connection as close as possible. He goes on to contend that we should allow visitation as long as we can safely protect the individual. And at that time, as this was written, was still a scarce resource. Dr. Robert McCauley took a different stance in saying that, yes, it hurts to say no. And I, like him, was on my own hospital's visitation exception committee. We didn't call it the same thing, but particularly in those early days, there was necessity to look at it from that societal justice perspective in protecting the many despite the potential harm of the individual. He went on to say, not permitting an exception to say goodbye at the end of life of a patient's life would be uncaring. Death and loneliness, as it goes on to read, are in a way associated. Maybe one is scared of death just because one is afraid that death will mean you will, become totally alone. Meanwhile, the dying individual has a need to love and to be loved and to forgive and to be forgiven and to sustain trusting and intimate relationships. It is therefore a universal wish not to die alone, although individual patients may prefer to do so. So again, that is just one example of the journey that all hospitals and all healthcare providers have been on over the last year. And again, as I present this discussion with you today, we are in a different place. We have been able to bring, to a limited degree, more families, more loved ones to those bedsides. Shifting a little bit to loneliness in supportive families. The Swiss looked at a number of, because they keep such great records, as Swiss do, expected deaths and COVID-related deaths. And I'm just going to really cut to the chase. And what they saw in their experience in terms of having a relative present, best case scenario, even if not a relative, just somebody present. And that somebody oftentimes was a healthcare provider, bedside nurse, chaplain, social worker, maybe a friend. you saw that in their experience in the end of 2019 through 2020, a marked variation, a marked variance in individuals who were COVID-19 versus those who were, they defined as expected deaths, non-COVID, and therefore not restricted. So the conclusions of their study and the acknowledgement of the power of loneliness is that dying alone also has a substantial impact on the issues listed amongst the indicators of a good death. Not having the family present means no time to say goodbyes. This has considerable social and existential consequences, both for dying patients and for his or her relatives through the bereavement process. As I've counseled and provided bereavement support along with my chaplain colleagues and my social work colleague and our support and palliative care team to countless physicians and nurses in our institution, it's not as much the direct impact on them. It was bearing witness and trying to attempt to be that tether, that link between the patient and the family in those dying times, those dying hours, those dying minutes. And that's where their existential distress came. That's where their moral injury came from, wanting to have that family member there, wanting to have that greater connection, but knowing it just simply wasn't possible. And when we talk about the balance of our ethical principles, this is something also we don't do a very good job in medicine, is acknowledging it's our ideal to keep them all of equal weight. But to be frankly honest, in Western medical ethics, particularly in the United States, autonomy does tend to carry greater weight than social justice, or societal justice, I should say. Whereas beneficence and non-maleficence, we try to keep as our foundation and equally weighted. During times of pandemic care and the decisions that need to be made, really that relationship between autonomy, which tends to carry greater weight, and societal justice become flipped. It's necessary on the part of the medical community at large to make decisions that put greater emphasis on societal justice, societal distributive justice than individual autonomy to an extent. Shift gears to grief and the evolution of grief. And again, we remind ourselves, what are some of the aspects of the good death where grief could come into play? Well, the ability to retain control or losing control, causing anticipatory grief, to be afforded dignity and privacy, to have access to spiritual, emotional support, hospice, control over who is present, and time to say goodbye. There is a continuum of grief, just as there is a dynamic of suffering, existential, spiritual, moral injury, compassion, fatigue. There's also a same or similar spectrum of grief, though somewhat more linear. There's anticipatory grief, which is a feeling of grief occurring before an impending loss, typically related to impending loss due to illness or someone close. And both the individual patient and their family are experiencing anticipatory grief at the same time. There's simple grief, just straightforward grief, deep and poignant distress caused by or as if by bereavement. There's complicated grief, which is significantly and functionally impaired or prolonged grief symptoms for at least 1 month after 6 months of bereavement. So in other words, month 7, if we're still really struggling with grief, yet not clinically depressed, we would look at that as complicated grief. Again, however, as I mentioned before, some individuals may in fact be clinically depressed. Then there comes in this prolonged grief disorder. This is persistent and pervasive longing for or preoccupation with the deceased that lasts at least 6 months after loss. And lastly, even worse, persistent complex bereavement disorder, which is prolonged grief disorder lasting 12 months. Our great concern and what just initial data suggests is that we are looking at at minimum a significant wave of prolonged grief disorder, and we sure as hell hope not a tsunami, related to all of those factors, particularly the separation at the time of loss of so many patients. A group of researchers in the Netherlands looked at this and did a grief measure conducted amongst a sample of 1,600 bereaved adults, both before and during the pandemic, including people who experienced the loss before the pandemic or during the pandemic, but not necessarily related to COVID. And in short, what they found was no significant differences emerged between grief levels in people participating before or during. So in other words, the experience of grief, just grief, was essentially equal. A similar number of individuals grieved their loved one during COVID as pre-COVID. But what they found was that acute grief, which is a strong predictor for future disturbed grief, lends to support the prediction that there will eventually lead to higher prevalence of disturbed grief reaction, because that's what they saw. They saw that the acuity of the grief was greater in those who'd lost their loved one via COVID. Part of the problem is this is unfolding. So if we go back to this both prolonged grief disorder, we're now well within that 6-month time window, but we're only now beginning to hit the persistence complex bereavement disorder time window of 12 months. So really much more to watch for in this space. Want to shift, I believe, to the last topic, if I remember the sequence of my slides, and that is the urgency of spiritual care. We've learned many lessons from the American Academy of Hospice and Palliative Medicine and my own, one of my mentors and friends, Dr. Pochalski, who stands and helps to establish the George Washington Institute for Spiritual Health, and contends that spiritual care is an essential component to whole person care and well-being. Nothing new to every participant watching today. And even more important, the greater the existential threat is to the individual. She wrote, "We have all been reminded that as clinicians who are spiritual care generalists, and I do believe we serve that role as physicians, social workers, we are all in great need of spiritual care specialists, our chaplains, our spiritual leaders, our counselors, those social workers who engage in that." She also reminded us in their article, "The Urgency of Spiritual Care," that we in healthcare are the wounded healers, called to recognize the suffering of this time in our own hearts and make that recognition the starting point of our service. We need to carefully address the spiritual needs of our teams and colleagues, and we are all too keenly aware of the costs of stifled grief. We're experts at it in healthcare. There needs to be a widespread professional commitment on the part of palliative care clinicians to honor, advocate for, and ensure the delivery of high quality spiritual care for all people at all times and in all circumstances. If not now, when all is falling around us, then when. And that's why, as a brief aside, I want to extend my own personal thanks and appreciation to everybody who's presented today and the organizers for this amazing a session to really focus on this, the spiritual needs, the whole person needs of care providers, whether we are physicians, nurses, or that family member caring for their loved one. So I try to be an optimist on most days of the week. So even if forced, are there silver linings? Well, there might be. And I think it's time, in fact, time is long overdue for healthcare, the medical industrial complex, if you will, to reframe our thinking about how and to what to, and how we tackle this. And I'm reminded of this quote: "At the end of the day, we are really not in control. The heart of healing is found in focused action and intention wrapped in the arms of surrender." When I interview somebody who is coming in and expresses interest in joining our supportive and palliative care team, one of the things we look for, and you can sometimes tease it out just in conversation, is, are you willing to surrender? Are you willing to accept loss and not look at it as loss, and reframe it and look at the journey and the mitigation of suffering as the ultimate goal, and to alleviate that suffering? I think other aspects of how we should move forward is important to acknowledge, again, as I just mentioned, the impetus to provide safe passage, quality living while dying, while at the same time waging an unceasing battle against premature preventable deaths related to infectious disease. So it's not an all or none situation. We're presented with the opportunity to open up a broader societal conversation about death in the US, and quite possibly the potential to reformat our thinking about death being an option, which I think we do tend to think of in Western ethos, but back to the reality of its unavoidability. And again, while we've seen laid bare the harsh reality of whole person suffering on a mass scale, which is, I think, why there is so much existential and moral injury at this time. Let us take the opportunity to hone our skills in alleviating that suffering. I want to acknowledge the amazing folks I've had the opportunity to be involved with and work with over this last year, and end with an opportunity for folks to ask questions. And we did that right in 55 minutes, so I think it worked out okay. I'm going to stop sharing at this point.
Virtual round of applause.
Oh, now we have the virtual voice from above. Oh, no, good. He's going to join me.
Well, you know, I'll join you here on camera. And now, my friends, you've, of course, got this figured out. Now is a great time to ask questions. The good news is there's a lot of good stuff there. So I got to imagine there are some questions. The one question that came in more than once, Dr. C, is folks asking if, said, like Eddie said, I can't take notes fast enough. Will there be copies of the slides?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I'm going to send them to you and to Sharon.
Sharon,
to be
yeah,
able
all
to,
good.
Shoot out. I did actually realize on the very last slide, I need to fix my email address. It's been updated in the interval. So you'll have my email address and all the slides.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. And just so you all know, Sharon noted that will go up on the site, as in that'll be your means of being able to access those. And of course, you'll also have access to the recording, right? Since Dr. C said a whole lot more than was just on the slides, that'll be a useful thing for you to have as well. So that said, now's when we get to tap dance a little bit and say, if you got any questions, now's a good time. I realize it's been a long and particularly active day, but I'll sit tight for just a second and
folks may be ready.
Give you a little of that. Right
Yeah,
there.
folks may be ready for that relaxation in the hammock and that glass of wine by now.
Well, there's always the relaxation in the hammock bit. Well, let me ask you this, just out of curiosity. Oh, here comes one from Carol. And I'll hold my own thought there. Carol says, loneliness and isolation has taken so many of my elderly clients, even without COVID. I'm hoping this need for isolation at the end of life will decrease with people getting vaccines.
Yes, and we're already seeing that happen. You know, many facilities and institutions, nursing facilities, have been able to lift restrictions based on combination of more individuals getting vaccinated. Now, sometimes you do have to, kind of take your vaccine card to prove that, of course. And I know that we have attendees from all over the nation. Things are fundamentally different across various regions of the nation. I'm in Texas, and we were able to get many of our nursing homes, nursing home residents vaccinated at the outset of when vaccines became available. So we are starting to see that staged relaxation of restriction. And she's right. And actually, an entirely independent focus of a study that somebody could give it an entire hour, if not more, lecture or discussion on is the notion of loneliness and its increase. And this was even pre-COVID that this was being talked about in the medical literature and its impact. So no, great point, Carol. And we hope that as God willing, more and more folks get vaccinated, and also the availability of PPE is greater now, that the need for separation is lessened.
Yeah. You know that the UK a couple of years ago actually appointed a minister of loneliness just to deal with that, right? Jill says, how do you recommend support to those who are grieving their ability to say goodbye and continue to take that with them ongoing?
Yeah, it's tough. It's hard. Even we ourselves as palliative care teams, which again are multidisciplinary, whether it was myself, one of my nursing colleagues, social work chaplains, and child life specialists, it's hard because you're relegated to this format. You're Zooming with them or you're on the telephone with them. And, you know, you can draw experience from your own life, as I had through the loss of my mom several years ago, or certainly draw experience from journeying with numerous patients and individuals over time. But with COVID and the unique separations, there was no frame of reference. So what words do you use, really? How do you alleviate that grief other than to attempt to acknowledge that we were there for you, for in place of you, but you can't supplant the family, right? So for them, at least somebody was holding their loved one's hand, but who was holding their hand. And I think that's where many of us have great concern that we're going to see this cascade of complicated grief that evolves. And how we tackle that, I'm not 100% sure. I know my mental health colleagues are busier than they've ever been busy historically. So something that we certainly need to address.
Yeah. Comment from Jane, and I know Jane is not alone on this because as we know from exercises earlier in the day, we have many amongst our midst right here who have dealt with that in a personal way. That separation from and during the grieving process or saying goodbye process. She says, great presentation with needed emphasis on professional and family caregivers. So thank you there. Question, and at the moment, last question. Nope, not anymore. Mary says, what do you feel is the first step to beginning to deal with community grief from this pandemic?
That's a great question, and because there is a component of societal grief, and in some communities that have been hit much harder than others, and that's going to vary with every region. I think individual counseling, individual engagement in grief work is important. How do you scale that to much larger populations? And I think that's the key. I don't know the answer to that, but I think her observation is on point to say, if we really want to do this right, so to speak, if we want to reach the greatest need, we need to scale this up. One could envision, as my dad lives with me, so I too am a caregiver of a fellow who struggles at times. He watches church every Sunday now that it's video casted, right? Do we video cast grief seminars? Why shouldn't we? Do we take a much more, do counties, locales, cities take a much broader approach to this? Because it will have, there are going to be ripple effects of this last year, and we're not even done with it yet, for probably a good decade to come, long-term sequelae. So I think the sooner that we can figure out ways to ramp up, in essence, our grief support for the masses, the better off we'll be. Now, not everybody will choose to engage, as one of the slides shared. We talk about loneliness and loss and not being alone, yet you may have a small subset of patients. I've certainly taken care of them who do need to be alone in those final days for a variety of reasons. So I think this notion of communal grief and then communal grief support is certainly something that needs addressing. Wish I had the magic wand to do it, but.
No other questions, so now's a good time to get that in before we call her good. But Sue W. says, very interesting and informative. Hello says, thank you for the holistic view. Different Sue says, among hospice bereavement coordinators, bigger caseloads, no increase in resources, greater need, but not able to stretch ourselves further.
Yeah. No, I mean, our hospice providers, that's a broad category of individuals, are magnificent folks. They too have been hit hard. And it becomes a bandwidth issue. That's a great example, actually, that she just pointed out of that rolling downhill, right? Rolling downhill of suffering. So here, there was angst about the patient leaving the institution, and now it passes downstream to the hospice agency, and their struggle with the bandwidth of providing that bereavement support to much larger number of individuals. I'd even had, my wife had the conversation. She's a social worker for our team. And it was she needed to talk to a funeral director about the unique nuances of getting a person to the funeral home and then to another country. So it necessitated their engagement on the phone. And this gentleman, this is in the in the summer, just talking to a friendly voice, being my wife, and just, turned into an hour-long impromptu, in essence, counseling session, or really just kind of an expressive counseling session. Just her being there and letting him unload on just, his grief of the number of families he was attempting to serve, and all the while being that gatekeeper and saying, "Oh, but only 5, right, members who can join at the funeral or the wake or the visitation or the rosary or whatever the case may be." And so I don't think we can forget that as you start to play this out, it's just those ripples that touch so many more people than we acknowledge at first blush or first glance.
Yeah. Vivian says, PPE, especially the mask, is a necessary physical safety, but an emotional barrier to actually seeing a loved one.
Yeah. It's interesting, and there's been some limited writing upon that. Certainly nothing scientific. I mean, the scientific data says no, it's so necessary. What I have found, though, personally interesting, something that I find myself actually doing, is more intentionally looking at eyes, more intentionally engaging with a person, almost because what else would you do without it? I think she's right. I think it can go both ways. I think if my wife can certainly know when I'm thinking just with my eyes, but it's interesting. It's an interesting observation that it is a hindrance to a degree, but I think, again, does it focus us? Does it make us more intent on looking at those eyes and really looking into that individual?
Yeah. Or expressing verbally is what I found.
Right. Yeah.
Because I found personally, go to the store and I always try to think, okay, I'm going to make some grocery workers' day today by making them feel appreciated because,
right. Yeah.
Right. Because, they do hard work and often don't get appreciated. And usually I smile at them. I'm like, oh, now I got to say something.
Yeah. So the smiles will come back soon enough. Just, we just gotta be good for a little bit longer.
Yes. Eyes are the windows to the soul, says Susan. So thank you, Susan.
Yep.
Well, that's what we've got for questions and comments. Dr. C, thank you for being here. Do you any final thoughts, questions, comments?
No, again, just to reiterate the thanks to you and the organizers and to the participants and the other presenters today who, we really lean on. I personally will tell anybody who asks that I am quite a hypocrite if I talk about, self-care management and the things of that nature. And but it all starts with acknowledging where your where your blind spots are, where your weaknesses are, and what you have to work on. And I've certainly learned a lot. I've come a long way and gotten a lot better. But I can always do more. And I may go do a little body movement and
yeah, well, very true
today.
Very true for all of us. And I will say this, and this is just, I'll just kind of like give you the group hug for everybody here today. But given what you on the front lines in so many in various different capacities deal with day in and day out, particularly in this last year, giving this crew a day to take a pause and spend a little time learning, being entertained, just knowing that I'm with a group of people who understand what I'm going through is a big deal. And really appreciate Susan, Law, Jackie, Vivian, Sue, a bunch of folks saying thank you very much, and really appreciate you investing some time with the community today.
Absolutely. Thank you all. You're why we exist.
All right. Well, we've got one little thing to do for you for your CEUs. So as Dr. C gets off wanders off the virtual stage, I will say this. Let me, and you've already figured this out, but I'm just going to make it a point to point it out one more time, because I want you to get credit for everything that, of course mine, I've got to re-enter my password. So if you go to your browser, I'll just give you verbal directions. You already know where we're going here, right? Let me give you a couple pointers on the CEUs, because I want you to get full credit for what you need to do. The CEUs little tab up there is going to take you to a spot that will fortunately give you a very clear set of instructions. But just remember two things. One, you won't be able to get to the lower level of buttons until you hit that, main event evaluation button. And certainly that's something we take really seriously here, as in how can we do better? What did you like? What can we improve on? And then, of course, with regard to your role and those kinds of things, you will find the appropriate set of instructions, and those may vary significantly depending on your role and the accrediting body. So that said, we'll give you just a pause there, and here in just a moment, I'm going to pull our visionary back up on stage here, Ms. Sharon Fine, and for some closing words. Sharon, would you join me on the virtual stage for a final closing thought?
I sure will.
There you are.
Wow. Today, I left what feels like 1,000 pounds of sorrow in my trash can. What a cleansing experience Tara offered, and what a better understanding of future ethical practices in care that we could learn today from Dr. Casanova. I don't know about you, but I cried and laughed and shared with the others here in our back office about how my grief feels after the loss of my mom, and some new ways I've learned to move the grief out through my body. I know I'll be dancing in a new way starting today. I hope it was the same for you. I believe we never really know what we are feeling until we are invited in a space to do exactly that. And that was what today was all about. Right now, I feel alive, fresh, and empowered with new healing modalities to begin to move my life forward as a professional caregiver, and perhaps another kind of caregiver in the future. One never knows what lies ahead. In conclusion, I want to thank our sponsors and vendors for making this event happen, because it wouldn't without them. There would be no Compassion Fatigue Symposium without their loyalty and trust that we can actually do this and do it well. Let me share my deepest gratitude to our back office, and I'm going to ask them to show up for just a minute. I know they don't want to, but I want them to just put their little faces here on the screen. So I only see just Roger. Can we get the rest? Can we get Revent? Tony, Julie, Jordan. Where are you people? Are they going to show up?
There's Jordan.
Hi, Tony.
All right.
Where's Jordan? Jordan, where are you?
There he is. Yep, he's there. We got the crew.
Okay, so This is the second time I've had the opportunity to work with this amazing crew. Revent, Tony, Julie, I don't know, Daniel, if you're here. If you're not, thank you. You are the most amazing technical team. You are my dream come true for what we need to do here. You made this happen, and we are very, very grateful. Thank you. Roger, you are a one-of-a-kind, phenomenal virtual MC, but you're so many more things than that. Spiritual healer.
I'm a bad guitar player.
A bad guitar player, and I hope my friend. My son, Jordan Fine, I know he'll hate me for saying this, but thank you for your creative eye, your technical support, and all your last minute mom freaking out sessions. I appreciate it very much. Cami Madero, if you don't know Cami, she's our administrator, lives in Florida, and we work together like a lock and key. There would be no Educare without her. There would be no beautiful platform because she built this with her own hands and will continue moving forward with us into the future. You guys, you don't have to stay, but I would love you to. You can go. I know you didn't want to do this, but thank you. We have the greatest board, many who are here today, and I must give special acknowledgement to certain board members, David Smith for his generosity, love, and support, John Steele, Vivian Armstrong, Martha Fittis, who helped pull this event off the ground, who participated in the planning and implementing of this day. I want to thank my husband, Eric, because he's had to live with me for months, and that was a challenge. And I want to thank all of you for attending, taking time out of your workday for this very, very unique and special day of self-care. Please join us back in September when we will be hosting our second Becoming Visible symposium. The date has not been determined, but that will certainly cover what we need to learn as we age into the future across the generations for the LGBTQ+ community. The CEU page will be lifted once I hang up from you. Take what you learned today, take it with you, stuff it in your heart, and never let it go. Thank you again for coming, and have a great healing future. Bye-bye.